ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, the people are ready to proceed.
And I believe the last time we were together, the people were going to call their next witness. And so you may proceed with calling that witness.
Yes, Your Honor, and before we do, just a reminder, we have law enforcement officers, and if we could continue with this officer to not have his face or body shown, or top of his head shown.
Okay, thank you. For the media, we have, how many witnesses are you calling today that are officers?
Two, we believe.
Two? Okay, so if they are law enforcement, if it's a police officer, I am requesting, ordering that only capture from the shoulder or the chest area down. No side profiles, no silhouettes, nothing of that nature that can identify that officer. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Sergeant Ducker, Sergeant Ken Ducker.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God? You got it. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Please state your name and occupation for the record.
Kenneth Ducker. I'm a detective sergeant with the Michigan State Police.
And how long have you been with the Michigan State Police?
26 years.
Where are you assigned?
I'm currently assigned to the Violent Crime Task Force.
And where were you assigned back on June 25th, 2014?
On the Violent Crime Task Force.
I'm sorry, I can't hear your response.
On the Violent Crime Task Force.
Thank you.
And what is the Violent Crimes Task Force?
The Violent Crime Task Force is a multi-agency task force that utilizes all the resources from the agencies that's involved.
And what type of work do you do specifically with Violent Crimes Task Force?
We investigate violent crime.
Are you familiar with the Southeastern Michigan Crimes Against Children?
Yes.
Are you part of that task force?
No, I'm not.
Do you ever get involved with that task force?
Yes.
How is it that you get involved with, is it called SEMCAC?
Yes, it is.
How is it that you get involved with SEMCAC?
We assist them on occasion with missing and exploited children cases.
Did you get involved with SEMCAC in June of 2014?
Yes.
How is it that you got involved with SEMCAC in June of 2014?
The Violent Crime Task Force was asked to assist with a search warrant, and we executed a search warrant for the SEMCAC.
Do you remember what day that was on?
It was in June of last year.
Would looking
I don't
at your
remember
report
exactly.
refresh your recollection as to the date?
Yes. It was June 25th, 2014.
And where was the search warrant to be executed?
The address is 1344 Nicolette Place in Detroit.
Did you actually go to that location?
Yes.
Did you do anything prior to going to that location?
Prior to going to the location, the task force had a briefing and assignments were issued out to different officers.
Objection, I can't quite hear you, Your Honor.
You're going to have to use the microphone. You're turning away. Court reporter's struggling. I'm struggling. And obviously the defense team is struggling.
Okay.
Thank you.
And again, repeat what you had said?
Prior to going to the Nicolette address, the task force had a briefing and assignments were issued out to various officers.
Were you given an assignment?
Yes.
What was your assignment?
To search the basement.
What was the purpose, as far as you understood, for the execution of the search warrant?
To find any evidence that was germane to Charlie missing.
And when you say Charlie, who is Charlie?
Charlie Bothuell, the fourth. I'm not sure if it's the fourth or the fifth. but
And was he a missing child?
yes,
Did you actually go to the location at Nicolette Place?
yes.
What happens when you get to the location?
My partner and I were directed to the basement, and initially we did like a cursory search, just looked around, and maybe about 10 or 15 minutes we started searching the basement.
Okay. Who was your partner on that day?
Agent Scott Wheeler.
Okay. And when you say partner, does that mean the two of you were assigned to search the same location?
Correct.
Were there other members of the task force that were assigned to different locations?
Yes.
So you and Agent Wheeler, you went into the basement.
That's correct.
Did you speak with anyone at the house before going into the basement? Anyone who lived there?
I did not.
Okay. Now, so you went down, you initially did a cursory search.
Yes.
What did you observe?
There's a lot of debris and boxes and clothes and trash in the basement.
Okay. Now, when you say a lot, can you describe what exactly, like, when you say a lot, how many, do you know?
I couldn't give you a number. I could read from my report, but I couldn't give you an exact number.
Were the boxes spread out? Were they in one area? Were they all over?
Objection, leading.
It is sustained.
How were the boxes arranged?
There's boxes and clothes and debris. More on the north side of the basement, stacked up. Some had items in it, furniture. There was other boxes scattered around the common area, I guess. Clothes.
Now you say the boxes were stacked up. Do you know how high they were stacked up?
I would say approximately six feet or so.
And was that when you first came down into the basement or further into the basement?
Further into the basement.
Okay. Were you able to get around the basement without moving anything?
Yes.
Were you able to search all areas of the basement without moving anything?
No.
Can you describe to us how the basement is set up?
When you first go down the stairs, there's a door. If you make a right, you go into the common area of the basement. Across the common area is a laundry room. If you're facing the laundry room, to your right is where a large amount of the boxes were stacked.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Have you already shown those particular items to the defense table?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. You may approach.
Thank you. I'm handing you People's Proposed Exhibits 9 through 19. Looking at the photos, what is depicted in the photos?
First photo, Exhibit 9.
Objection, Your Honor. We need some foundation as to whether or not this particular officer took these photographs.
Lay the proper foundation for the photo.
Well, Your Honor, I'm just asking what's in it. I haven't moved to admit it. And it doesn't, it's irrelevant as to whether or not he took the photo. And once he describes what in it,
I don't
can
know where the photos are from. Tell me something about what he's looking at so I can know what he's looking at.
Are these photos from the location, from 1344 Nicolette Place?
Yes.
Are they from inside the location?
Yes.
Were you there when these photos were taken? If you know.
I don't know.
From what you observe in the photos, and you may have to go through all of them, do they appear to be a fair and accurate representation of what you saw on June 25th, 2014 at 1344 Nicollet Place?
Yes.
What's in the first photo? I believe that's people's
Can we have
proposed exhibit number 9.
Objection. Can we have clarification of exactly when this is an accurate depiction? Is it before he
The
served?
question was June 25th. Was that the accurate depiction? You'll have the opportunity to cross-examine. Thank you. Your question.
Thank you. Looking at people's proposed exhibit number 9. What's in that photo?
It's the hallway, the upstairs, the main floor hallway that leads down the stairwell to the basement.
Okay. Does that look how it looked on June 25th, 2014?
Yes.
Now, in that hallway area, was there anything in the stairwell area? Was there anything that you moved or manipulated when you were there?
No.
What's in photo number proposed exhibit 10?
This is the stairwell to the basement.
A different view of the same stairwell?
Correct.
And 11?
The common area of the basement.
And what do you see in that photo of the common area of the basement?
A lot of boxes, trash can, storage containers.
Is there a door in that photo?
Yes.
What is the door to?
The laundry room.
Okay. Now, those boxes, storage containers, is that how you saw the boxes and storage containers when you first went down into the basement?
No.
Is it Agent Wheeler?
Yes.
Did you and Agent Wheeler move them around?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. He only testifies to what he did, not what his partner does.
He can testify as to what he did and what he observed. So I'm allowing it. Go ahead.
Is that what the basement looked like after you and Agent Wheeler moved the boxes around and other items?
Yes.
And the next one, People's Proposed Exhibit, what number are we on right now?
12.
And what's in that?
Same thing, a lot of boxes, storage containers, furniture, other miscellaneous items.
Is it a different view of the same photo that we just saw in People's
Objection.
Proposed Exhibit?
Leading, Your Honor.
It's not overruled. Answer the question.
Yes.
Okay. And the next photo?
The laundry room.
And the next photo? And I'm sorry, that was People's Proposed Exhibit 13?
Correct.
Number 14?
Same thing, a lot of debris, boxes, see a baby seat.
Is that the same area of the basement or a different area of the basement as the other photos you've described?
That's the same area.
And again, is that after you and Agent Wheeler had moved it around the objects in the basement?
Yes.
And number 15?
Same area. You have a shop vac, a headboard, a 55-gallon drum. Looks like storage containers, boxes, an entertainment center.
And is that an area of the basement that you saw when you first walked down, or did you have to move around to see that area of the basement?
You had to move some things to get to this area.
Okay. And the next photo?
A closer picture of the previous one. This would be Exhibit 16. Entertainment center, a 55-gallon drum, a bottle of pop, a headboard, storage container.
And the next photo, which would be, I believe, is that 17? People's Proposed Exhibit 17?
Correct. Storage container. It's a closer view. Storage container, bottle of pop, a couple bottles of Gatorade, the storage container, the headboard, a blanket or something on the floor.
Okay. And People's Rules Exhibit 18.
Same thing, a closer view, storage container, entertainment center, a box of cereal, bottle of pop, Gatorade, something else looks like it's something to drink. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
And People's Rules Exhibit 19.
Another same view, closer, some PVC pipe, some tennis balls, a shop vac, some wires, look like they could be like for a charger, 55-gallon drum, pop, a blanket, box of diapers.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibits 9 through 19.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, only for that these pictures only reflect at the time this officer looked at the basement on June 25th, 2014, I believe at approximately 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I didn't get any testimony about the time, but Madam Prosecutor, your response?
I don't exactly understand what the objection even is, so I don't have a response at this time.
What I'm saying, the photos only reflect the condition of the basement on that particular day at that time.
No testimony was given about
I
a
understand
particular
that,
time, and so your objection then is overruled. I'm not going to exclude the pictures because overruled. Any objection on behalf of Mr. Bothuell?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Then proposed exhibits 9 through 19 are admitted on behalf of the people.
And Your Honor, while Sergeant Ducker is testifying as to the basement, would Your Honor like the photos to be published so you can view them?
Absolutely, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Okay, Sergeant Ducker, please take us through. You said you went down into the basement, you did a cursory search. Please tell us about that cursory search.
We just took a look around the basement. We didn't move anything at that time. And it was about 15 minutes or so before we started actually searching.
Did you walk around while doing this cursory search?
Yes.
Did you go into every area of the basement when you did the cursory search?
Every area that we could, yes.
Okay. Were there areas of the basement you did not have access to during the cursory search?
No.
Now you said every area that you could. Were there areas you didn't go into?
I mean, where the boxes were stacked up, we didn't go into that area at that time.
So did the boxes prevent you from being able to move into all areas of the basement?
Objection, lady.
That's sustained.
Okay.
Your question?
So, you know, you testified there were boxes.
Correct.
Without moving the boxes, why couldn't you see every area of the basement?
Objection. There's been no testimony that he couldn't see every area.
No, he's testified he couldn't go into every area. He couldn't go into the areas where the boxes were stacked. Ask your question.
Okay. Without moving the boxes, why couldn't you go to every area?
Because it was blocking part of the basement. The boxes were.
Okay. When you went down there, initially, did you identify yourself or announce your presence at all?
No, I did not.
Do you know if Sergeant Wheeler or Agent Wheeler did?
No, I do not.
At some point while you were doing the cursory search, did you announce your presence at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know if Agent Wheeler did?
No, I do not.
Were you two speaking to each other while you were down there doing the cursory search?
Yes.
Were you speaking At what volume were you speaking?
In a normal tone.
While you were doing your cursory search, did you hear anyone say anything down there?
No.
Did you observe any movements down there?
No.
Now, we saw the photos and we saw the boxes, and you had indicated that you had moved some of them.
Correct.
Okay. What led you to move the items beyond the cursory search?
We were doing a search of the premises, so we wanted to do a thorough search, so we moved all the items.
Was it just you and Agent Wheeler?
Correct. In the basement.
Yes.
Yes.
Just you two moving the boxes around?
Correct.
And the other items?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
If you're facing the boxes, we started on the right side and just started pulling the boxes out into the common area. Once we had the boxes in the common area, we started moving the boxes and debris, furniture from the left side to the right side. And as we were moving the boxes, Agent Wheeler noticed a blanket on the floor and some food.
Now, is that the blanket that has been identified in the photos that have been admitted?
Yes.
Okay. And the food, is that the same cereal box and the pop bottles that are in the photos have been admitted?
Yes.
Now, without moving those boxes and those items, could you see that portion of the basement initially?
No.
Was it easy to move all of these items and these boxes around?
Not all of them. Some of them had items inside, and it took both of us to move the boxes.
Now, how long if you know, how long were you moving items around before Agent Wheeler saw observed the blanket?
Maybe around an hour.
During that time, did you and Agent Wheeler continue to talk amongst yourselves?
Yes.
Any point during that time, did you identify yourself as police?
No.
At any point during that time, did you hear Agent Wheeler identify himself?
No.
What happens when Agent Wheeler observes the blanket?
He tells me, he advises me that he sees a blanket and some food. At that time, I had my flashlight out and was shining it towards the 55-gallon barrel, and I noticed someone moving.
What did you see when you noticed someone moving?
I just saw the top of Charlie's head. At the time, I did not know it was him. I just saw the top of his head and demanded for him to come out.
Okay. When you saw this person moving, was that person, how were they moving?
All I could see is the top of his head. So he was behind the barrel at that time.
As he moved, did he continue to stay behind the barrel?
He came out when I asked him to come out.
Prior to asking him to come out, did he come out?
No.
Did he appear to be hiding behind the barrel?
Yes.
Now, you said that you asked him to come out, so what happened exactly?
I was flashing my flashlight. I could see the top of his head. I said, "Police, come out," and he stood up.
Who stood up?
Charlie.
Had you seen a picture? Did you know what Charlie looked like at that time?
Yes.
What happened when Charlie stood up?
He stood up. I asked him to come to me. He walked over to me. I asked him, was he okay? He said yes. I gave him a hug. And at that time, other people started coming into the basement because they could hear me when I requested him to.
Objection as to what other people could hear.
Sustained.
I didn't.
All right. When you observed the person and you said, "Police, come out," how loud were you speaking?
It was louder. I demanded for him to come out.
And as you continued to talk with Charlie, what was the volume of your voice?
When I was talking to him, it was a normal tone.
Okay. Now, during this time, did people start to come downstairs into the basement?
Yes.
Who was coming downstairs into the basement, if you know?
It was a couple of officers. I don't remember exactly who, but at least 2 officers came down to see what was going on.
Okay. Were you expecting to find Charlie in the basement?
No.
Now, did Charlie ask you anything?
Yes. As we were walking up the stairs, he asked me, was his dad
Objection,
home?
Your Honor, this is hearsay.
Your Honor, hearsay is a statement or an assertion. A question doesn't qualify as hearsay.
And you're not offering it anyways for the truth of the matter asserted, just the fact that he asked a question.
What did Charlie ask you?
He asked, was his dad home?
Did you answer him?
Yes, I did.
Did Charlie react to your answer?
Yes.
How did he react to your answer?
I said no, and Charlie said good.
Now, you said that this was happening as you were going up the stairs.
Correct.
Okay. So what happened between the time when Charlie came out and you said that you gave him a hug, and then you guys, between then and the time you went up the stairs, if anything?
Nothing happened. Nothing happened. I just walked him up the stairs.
Okay. So going up the stairs was somewhat immediate?
Yes.
Okay. How is it that you walked Charlie up the stairs?
We were side by side.
After you walked Charlie up the stairs, what happened?
I was met at the top of the stairs by Officer Dillon and a agent from the FBI, and they took Charlie into another room, the living room, I believe, and debriefed him a little bit, and that was it.
Okay. Once you handed Charlie over to Officer Dillon and the agent from the FBI, what did you do?
At that time, I may have went back downstairs to show people who wanted to know where he was at. I may have went downstairs to show them where he was found. Other than that, I had no other contact with Charlie, and we made arrangements to get him out of there because there's a lot of media around. So we made arrangements to get him out of there and to the hospital as soon as possible.
After doing that, did you do anything else as a part of the execution of the search warrant?
No.
Do you know how, strike that. While you and Agent Wheeler were down there searching, at any point, did Charlie make any sound before you flashed your flashlight on him?
No.
Objection leading.
It is legal. Sustained. Your question.
While you were searching the basement with Agent Wheeler, at any point, did you hear anyone make any noises?
No.
Did anyone come out to you?
No.
Did you have any indication that there was someone somewhere in the basement while you were moving items around?
Objection leading.
Your Honor, that's not a leading question.
It's not a leading question. I'm going to allow it. Answer it.
No.
What did Charlie look like when you found him?
Are you asking what was he wearing, or?
Sure.
He had a T-shirt on and some pajama or jogging pants. socks.
Did you make any observations about him?
He appeared to look okay to me.
At any point, did you examine him?
No.
Now, you said that in some of the photos there appeared to be cords that you thought might be used for charging. Did you see any sort of laptop or phone or anything that would plug into those cords?
Objection, leading.
It is leading. Sustained.
Did you see, you saw the cords. Did you see anything else relevant in the basement?
No, I did not.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Give me 1 second, and then I'll turn him over for cross-examination. Okay. Mr. Dillard, you may cross-examine the witness.
Judge, may I approach the bench and receive those photos back, because I have some questions that I probably want to ask
Yes,
about.
I need to put them back in order. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, Ms. Richardson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Now, Officer Drucker, as a member of
It's
this
Ducker. D-U-C-K-E-R. Ducker.
Ducker, excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. Officer Ducker.
Sergeant.
Sergeant Ducker. Okay. Sergeant Ducker, when were you originally assigned to this matter involving the child, Charlie Bothuell? What date?
The first day I assisted was the day before, I believe.
Okay, so you became involved in this case originally on June 24th, correct? 2014?
Yes.
And I believe you had occasion to interview some persons regarding the missing boy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And where did that take place?
I did one interview at the, is it the Smith Homes? We did a canvas.
King Homes?
King Homes.
King
Yeah,
Homes.
excuse me, yes,
Martin
King
Luther
Homes.
King Homes?
Yes,
And those homes are within a block or two of the Nicolette place, are they not? A couple of blocks?
a couple blocks.
Okay, and where else?
I interviewed a family member at their home. I don't remember the address.
Do you recall interviewing someone at a market?
Yes.
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 So that's in addition to the work you did at the King home. That's in addition to the person that you interviewed at a home.
Correct.
So you had 3 contacts on the 24th.
I believe so. I'm not positive if the market was the 24th.
Do you recall a statement that was someone made to you that would refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Can I see it? Yeah, can you see
Yeah,
it?
I'll pull it out. Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may give me 1 second. Yes, you may.
Sergeant Ducker, I want to show you, which I believe is interview statement, which I believe your name appears at the top.
Yes.
Okay, do you recall this statement, sir?
Yes.
And who is the person that's giving you that statement?
Yvette Whitfield.
And can you, that is your report, isn't it not? Is that your statement?
Yes, it is.
Your recollections, contemporaneous recollections of this interview that you did with Miss Yvette Whitfield on June 24th, 2014.
Correct.
And that's the day before the search that you talked about. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you have a photo of Charlie with you on that particular day at the time you did that interview?
Yes.
And during the course of this interview, did you show that photo to Miss Whitfield?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she recognized the photo?
Yes.
And what did she? How did she indicate to you that she recognized the photo?
She said she saw.
Your Honor, I would object to hearsay.
It is hearsay,
Okay.
counsel.
In regard to what she told you, did you draw any conclusions as to the fact that she may have seen Charlie Bothuell, the missing child?
Your Honor, I'd object in terms of, for the question, when. Because I don't know how it's relevant or not. If she saw him a year ago, that means nothing versus,
So lay the proper foundation to get your information, counsel.
She had some recollections about the missing child, Charlie Bothuell, right?
That's correct.
Did she indicate approximately what date that occurred?
Your Honor, I object that we're going to hearsay now.
Well, I'll strike that. As a result of that, did you draw some conclusions as to what day of her recollection regarding Charlie Bothuell?
Based on what she said.
Yes.
Yes.
And what date was it?
On June 22nd.
And that was approximately 2 to 3 days before the search that you previously talked about?
That's correct.
Now, as a result of talking to you, did you draw any conclusions as to whether or not she saw the missing child?
Your Honor, he's backdooring hearsay in right now. Essentially, he's asking him to speculate and to say his conclusion from what she says, which is essentially asking, what did she say? He's
Counsel.
calling for hearsay.
And you're not laying the proper foundation as to how he drew those conclusions, and I can't assume that the proper foundation would be hearsay, but
We're not offering for the truth of the matter, we're just asking, as a result of him interviewing the witness, did he draw some conclusions based on his experience as an officer? They do that all the time.
And he's not asking him for his conclusions, he's asking for her conclusions.
I'm
because it's
asking.
going to be, well, here's the problem. You're not laying the proper foundation as to how this witness is drawing his conclusions. If that conclusion is based on what Ms. Whitfield said to him, then that's exactly what you're doing. You're backdooring hearsay. So there's a way to do what you're trying to do, but the way you're doing it, it's not going to work right now. So
Okay.
sustain. Your next question.
Did you do some investigative work at at a market called Family Fair Foods on Shane Street?
Yes.
And you interviewed some witnesses while you were at that marketplace, did you not?
I interviewed a security guard, I believe.
And Miss Whitfield as well, did you not?
Miss Whitfield was not at the market.
Where was she?
At King's Homes.
Okay. All right, so you did an interview with Miss Whitfield at the King's home.
Correct.
Okay. And did you draw any conclusions based on your interviews regarding Charlie Bothuell, the missing child?
No, not at that time.
Did you draw any conclusions after speaking to her?
Objection to whom?
Miss Whitfield.
Your Honor, we already...
He can tell me whether or not he drew some conclusions, but we're going right back to the same issue. But let me see where you're going, counsel. Did you draw some conclusions after speaking to Ms. Whitfield?
Not at that time.
Thank you. Your next question.
Now, Did there come a time, as a result of your interviews, that you received some information that the child was seen at the King home?
Your Honor, I object. He's calling for hearsay.
I'm not calling for
He's
hearsay.
not, he's just asking if he received some information. Answer the question. Did you receive that information?
Yes.
And who did you receive that information from?
I need a minute to review this report, please.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Now, Officer, Sergeant Ducker, you prepared this report because you thought it was important, did you not?
Right, I took a statement
Correct.
from, yes,
From Ms. Whitfield. You
Yes.
thought it was important. And does that help you? You took some time to look at it. Does that help you now?
Yes.
Your recollection?
yes.
All right. Now, did you receive any information from Ms. Whitfield regarding the fact that the boy that assisted you in your investigation of the child, missing child?
Did I receive information that assisted me?
Yes.
I received information. Yeah.
And
Your Honor, he was in the middle of answering when
No.
defense counsel continued to talk.
Don't cut him off.
I didn't think
Finish
I
your
was-
answer, Sergeant Douglas.
I received information from a witness that assisted in the investigation, yes.
I didn't think I was interrupting. I thought that's what he said, Judge.
Okay.
No, he hadn't finished the second part of it. Go ahead.
Now, and did you think at that time, as an officer, that that was critical information that you just received from Ms. Whitfield?
At that time, yes.
Okay. It was regarding the missing child?
Correct.
Did it provide you information about what the child was wearing?
Yes.
And what was the information that the child was wearing?
Objection, we're going into hearsay, Your Honor.
We are sustained. He's going to tell me what Ms. Whitfield said that the child was wearing.
Now, did you make any effort, did you have any prior information about what the child was wearing?
No.
But you had a photo of him only.
Correct.
You had no information about him having pajamas.
No.
You had no information with him about him wearing a blue-colored jacket with a P on it.
No.
The P is on his chest and on the back.
I don't recall having that information.
Okay. Do you recall having information about him wearing a baseball hat?
Your Honor, I
No.
would object. He already indicated he does not know what he was wearing, and so by going through and listing everything he could have been wearing, we already know he didn't know what he was wearing.
He did, Mr. Jones. Let's keep moving.
Now, but you included some information in your report about what the child was wearing, correct?
Yes.
You also put in your report about where the child was seen.
Yes.
And what was in your report?
Your Honor, it's calling for the hearsay. Just because it's in his report, it doesn't mean that the information isn't hearsay. And asking for what's in his own report is also hearsay, Your Honor. We can't introduce statements from police reports unless they're used to impeach. I see no purpose for impeachment at this time.
Judge, I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter. I'm just simply, is this
Mr.
officer
Jones,
taking
you
a
have
stand?
to, first of all, you can't answer the question without a foundation as to where he's getting this information. And if the information is coming from what somebody said to him, then it is. It's hearsay. So your next question.
Would I be correct that all of the relevant information that you received from Ms. Whitfield is contained in your report?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we just, for the record, identify, are we talking about her statement or his own police report, just for a clarification?
I'm talking about the report that you prepared.
This is a witness statement.
The witness has testified several times that this was a witness statement, not his police report. So I'm clear that what he's referring to is a statement that he took from Ms. Whitfield, not his police report.
Okay. Did you prepare a police report of this interview?
No.
All right, let's move to may I have that back, please? Let's move to the events on June 25th, 2014. Now, as a member of this task force, were you aware when the child went missing, the date, and part of your briefing?
I knew he had been missing for approximately 11 days or so.
And were you aware, as a result of your briefing, that there had been searches of the home?
Yes.
Do you recall what days that those searches occurred?
No, I don't.
Do you recall how many searches had occurred?
I believe it was 2.
2 searches. And do you recall, regarding those 2 searches, whether there had been searches of the basement?
I do not recall.
Now, so when you went into the basement on June 25th, 2014, were you aware that there had been prior searches of that basement by members of your task force?
I do not recall.
When you say you don't recall, you're not saying it didn't happen. You can't recall, correct?
I don't know if members of my task force searched that basement or not.
But you did know that a search warrant had been, several search warrants had occurred at the house.
Yeah, I was told that a couple of searches were done.
You can't cut him off, Mr. Dillard.
Okay. And Sergeant Ducker, how many years have you been a police officer?
26.
And based on that experience, would you assume that they would not have searched the basement as well?
Repeat the question, please.
Based on your experience as an officer, having been involved in search warrants over a 26-year period, would you assume that they would not have searched the basement of this residence? Those 2 prior searches, pursuant to search warrants?
Your Honor, I would say that
causes.
I'm sorry. I would object and say that calls for speculation. I believe it would be proper to ask him maybe based on his experience what he would do. But
the way the question is framed, it does call for speculation. Your next question.
Based on your experience, would you have conducted a search of the basement?
Yes.
Now, and based on your experience, you would have done much what you did on June 25th.
Yes, I would have, yes.
You would have come down, done a cursory, look around,
Yes.
took stock of where you were,
Yes.
and then you would have began to move things, as you call, to do a thorough search.
Yes.
Now, when you look at those photos, you don't know whether or not those boxes were moved by prior officers conducting prior searches, do you?
No.
You don't know if those boxes were not emptied over by prior searches.
What do you mean?
I mean, emptied out.
No, I don't.
Most of these boxes were empty, were they not?
I wouldn't say most of them, but a few of them, yes.
They were cardboard boxes.
Some of them, yes.
Oh, many of them were open.
Yes.
And the drum you talked about was empty, was it not?
Yes.
You could move it easily, could you not?
Yes.
Now, this basement, do you know what 600 square feet is? Approximately?
Sort of, yeah.
That basement is no larger than this was actually smaller than this courtroom we're in.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It's about half the size of this courtroom, isn't it?
Yes.
And in the basement, you indicated that there were bedroom furniture.
A headboard, yes.
It was an entertainment center.
Yes.
And there were some boxes. Now you
That
said
yes.
Yes.
The boxes were stacked 6 feet tall.
I said approximately 6 feet.
I would like you to take a look at those photos again, and I want you to indicate which photo substantiates your view that those boxes were 6 feet tall.
Exhibit number 11. Exhibit number 12. Okay.
Okay, now let's take a look at exhibit number 12. Do you know how high that ceiling is in that basement?
No, I don't.
Hypothetically, if that was an 8-foot high ceiling, would that make those boxes 6 feet tall?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately, okay. All right, now, when you say the boxes, looking at that photo, are you saying that this item over here to the far left is a box?
I'm saying that
That item there on the far left.
that is part of the entertainment center.
Okay, that is not a box.
but- right. Correct. But boxes were stacked all the way across this view here.
And you don't know prior to June 25th who may have moved these boxes.
No, I do not.
But based on your experience of 26 years, if you had been conducting a search, you would have in fact moved these boxes.
That's correct.
And you would also have done the same on exhibit 11.
That's correct.
Now, let's look at number 11. I see 1, 2, 3 boxes. Am I correct?
Well, there's a box here. This is a box. It's a box here.
I'm talking about brown banker boxes.
I see 3, yes.
You see 3.
Yes.
Correct? Now, and you see, I believe, 1, 2 boxes, 3 boxes stacked up to the top. Those are thin boxes, are they not? Well, let me strike that. Let's look at exhibit 12 and give you a closer look at it.
Okay, what boxes are you
These top,
referring to?
these 3 right here. They're thin.
Okay, I'm not sure about the one on the top, but the other 2.
Your Honor, I'd object to the relevance as to whether or not the boxes are thin. Your Honor can see the photos and make your own conclusions as to those
I can.
facts.
All right, fine, Judge. I'll move
Okay,
on.
your next question.
Okay, now, let's take a look at exhibit 15 and 16 and 17. Those are the pictures of the drum.
Okay.
And that drum was empty, was it not?
Your Honor, objection and staying on
Sustained.
Did you have any problem moving that empty drum?
I never moved the drum.
Do you know if any prior officers ever moved the drum?
I do not know.
Now, other than the child, did you see anything unusual about any of the items that were in the basement that you would typically find in the basement? Boxes? Furniture? Go ahead.
The food,
Okay.
the pop bottle, the blanket.
I want you to take a look at exhibit number 9, and this, I believe, is the upstairs hallway, correct?
Correct.
Do you see any dirt or debris on the floor?
No, not in this picture.
In fact, those are tile floors, are they not? Based on your recollection?
Yes.
The hallway is tile, correct?
Correct.
Yellow tile?
Correct.
The living room is tile?
I don't recall if it's tile or wood.
Okay, but it was not a carpet, was it?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you didn't see any stains on any carpets, did you? In that living room?
I don't recall.
Now, looking down the stairwell, did you have any difficulty going down the stairs into the basement?
Difficulty, no.
Did you have any difficulty coming upstairs from the basement?
No.
Was there any door that was locked?
No.
Did you see a bolt lock on any of the door leading to the basement at all?
No.
In fact, was there a door leading from the stairwell into the basement?
No.
There was no door, correct?
Correct. There's
So-
a closet door at
Yeah.
the end of the stairs.
And looking at exhibit number 10, you can see that closet, correct?
Correct.
So in other words, you could walk down the steps and walk into the basement freely, could you not?
Yes.
And you could walk out of the basement and come up the stairs freely, could you not?
Yes.
There was nothing to inhibit you.
Not at that time, no.
Okay, let's look at exhibit number 18. There's a Frosted Flakes box, correct?
Yes.
There's a Gatorade box, correct?
Bottle, yes.
There's a pop bottle,
Yes.
correct? I think there's some protein carton boxes, right?
Yes.
Do you know where that food came from?
Your Honor, to check that calls for speculation.
It does, sustain.
Could you tell whether or not any of that food had been consumed?
Your Honor, objection that calls for speculation.
Well, he can tell what he looked at and whether or not
Well, even if it's not there, it might not have been consumed. We don't know what would have happened.
we don't, and I'll give it the appropriate weight. Thank you. Answer the question.
Okay. Did you examine any of those items?
No, I did not.
You didn't look in the Frosted Flakes box?
No, I did not.
You didn't look in the Gatorade bottle?
No.
All right. Now, but you did see some food on the floor.
There's some bones and
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, there's some bones, look like chicken bones, on the floor in a little bowl.
And did it look like the chicken had been consumed?
Yes.
And I believe that, you see that in exhibit.
I don't know who's being disruptive. In my court, I'm doing it. That's good.
Looking at exhibit number 19, do you recall whether or not the chicken was in that plastic bowl there that you see in the picture?
I don't recall.
You do see some power connectors for iPad there, don't you?
I see power cords.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Apple?
Yes.
Okay. Does that the white one here? Does that appear to be an Apple connector?
It could be. It could be a
Does
phone
it-
charger.
Does it?
Mr. Dillard, don't cut him off, please. I'm sorry, your response was?
I said it could be, or it could be a phone charger.
Let me show you this. Does it look like this, officer?
No.
Okay.
For the record, can we identify what defense counsel is showing to the officer?
Just for the record is clear, Mr. Dillard.
It's an iPhone power connector.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, yeah, iPhone.
For an iPhone or for a
Your Honor,
Excuse me, excuse me. It's an iPhone, it's an iPhone charger for a MacBook computer.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Taking a look again at Exhibit 19, do you see any cereal flakes on the floor?
I can't tell what that is.
Okay. Do you see a tennis ball, two tennis balls?
Yes, 3.
3? Okay. Now, you testified that you saw a blanket as well?
Yes.
Do you know where that blanket came from?
No.
How many blankets did you see?
Just one, I believe.
Can you identify the 2 items on exhibit number 19 appear to be different colors?
Yes.
What does that appear to? Does that help you recollect as to what you saw?
I believe one is a blanket, maybe one is a sheet. I don't know if they're both blankets, but
But that's what you saw at the time you discovered the child.
correct, afterwards.
Sergeant Ducker, was there a lock at all on the laundry room door?
Laundry room door was open.
Okay. And there was also a utility room where there was a washer and dryer, was there not?
That's the laundry room.
Okay. There was a closet down at the bottom of the stairs, was there not?
Yes.
Was there a lock on that closet door?
I don't recall.
Did you have any problem opening that door?
No.
Did you have any problem opening the door to the laundry room?
The laundry room door was open.
Now, there was another door leading out of the basement, was there not?
Yes.
And I believe there was a 2x4 across it.
That's correct.
Okay, did you ever remove that 2x4?
Yes.
And did you open that door?
Yes.
And did not that 2x4 was easy to lift up off of the latch, was it not?
Yes.
It was not more than 3 feet long, was it?
Approximately 3 feet.
And it's a 2x4, so it's 2 inches wide.
Correct.
And you can lift it up and open the door.
Can I object to how it's relevant?
It's relevant because we're talking about the search of the basement.
And
I'm
the door
trying-
was in the basement, the door that you're referring
Correct,
to.
and I'm trying to determine what the entry.
I'll allow it.
All right. Officer?
What? Repeat the
Okay,
question, please.
There came a time you removed the 2x4
Yes.
easily,
Yes.
opened the door easily,
Yes.
stepped out into what?
it's a long hallway where they dispose of their trash.
Now, when you went into that hallway, was that before you found the boy or afterwards?
That was before.
Okay, so it was before.
Yes.
Now, you're doing the thorough search, correct?
Correct.
Okay, did you search that tunnelway there in the back?
I wouldn't say we searched it, but I did walk down the tunnel.
Did you walk all the way down to the door?
No.
Okay. Did you see that there was a bathroom in that tunnel?
Yes.
And you opened the door to the bathroom?
The door may have been open. I don't recall if I opened the door.
It wasn't locked, was it?
No.
And that bathroom was no more than, what, 10 feet from the basement door?
I don't recall approximate. The length was, but it was down the tunnel.
Okay, but did you realize that, do you have knowledge that there are approximately 10 homes in this building?
Yes.
Okay. And they're side by side, right? They're connected?
Yes.
All right. And if you take a look at the 1344 address that you were searching, the basement, there's a unit next door, is it not?
Yes.
And then there's another unit, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, was not the bathroom one door, if you stepped out into the tunnel, was not the bathroom one house removed from the back door?
I'm not positive about that.
But it was next to the unit that was adjacent to 1344, was it not?
There was a bathroom in the tunnel.
All right. And when you went into the bathroom, there's a toilet,
Yes.
and it worked.
I don't know if it worked.
There was a sink.
Mr. Dillard, don't cut him off.
All right,
Court
Judge.
reporter
I
can't
apologize.
report him and you.
I apologize, Judge. There was a sink,
I believe so, yes.
and there was a faucet.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, did you turn the water on?
No, I did not.
Did it appear as if it was working?
Your Honor, I would object. How can something appear if it's working if the water's not turned on?
Counsel, where are we going with this?
Well,
You ask your next question.
All right.
You didn't turn it on.
All right, is there a mirror in there?
I don't recall.
Now, when you went, that was to the east of 1344 in the tunnel, correct?
Yes.
Because the units run east and west.
Yes.
So the bathroom was to the east.
Correct.
Okay. Now, going to the west, was there not a storage room before you got to the end of the hallway?
I believe so, yes.
Did you open the door?
No, I did not.
But you saw it.
Yes.
Okay. And are you saying that you went all the way down to the end of you saw the door down there, but you never opened that door?
Correct.
Could you determine whether or not that door was an exit out of the building?
Your Honor, I would object if he didn't open the door.
Well,
Counsel.
Judge, we're in a contained 10-unit building. He's in the tunnel, and there's a door at the end, at the far
He's
west end.
answered that he did not open it. So if you're trying to get some other information about where that door led to, you have to do it another way. He said he didn't open that door.
Did you notice there was an exit sign on that door?
I don't recall if it was or not.
Did you know if there was a lock on that door?
I don't recall if it was or not.
I don't have anything further, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Smith, cross-examination.
talking about the fact that if you were part of the prior searches, you would have done certain things. Remember that line of question?
Yes.
I can't. I got a cold, so I couldn't hear everything you were saying. 'Cause you're talking kind of like. Were you saying that you would definitely have moved the boxes?
If I was doing the search,
Yeah.
yes, I would have moved the boxes.
And the reason that you would have done that is because you've been involved in missing kid cases before, right?
Yes.
How many of them? Quite a few.
Yes.
And you've been to the task force that they set up and all that in the past?
Yes.
Like the room, what do you call that room again?
The room.
They set up a task force center, a center for the missing kid.
Oh, command center.
The command center.
Yes.
You've been to command centers in the past,
Yes.
and you've been to the command center in this case. Or did you not go?
No, I was not in the command center on this case.
But you know that when you set up a command center, everybody's on high alert. This is to be taken serious.
Yes.
And you take things very serious. Right?
Yes.
And that's why you found
I do my job.
You do your job.
Yeah.
But when there's a kid involved, you give a little extra attention to things? To be
Yes.
very safe?
That's fair.
Because as an officer with all your experience and training, you know that finding a kid and trying to find them alive is probably one of the most important things you can do as an officer.
Yes.
And so had you been there on those previous occasions and you've been down in that basement, you had said you would have definitely seen those boxes, seen that barrel, and you would have moved them to see what was behind it.
I would have.
You would have.
Yes.
And would you agree that it would have been impossible, absolutely impossible for you, if you had been there and moved those boxes, to have missed Charlie?
I would say not likely. It's not likely.
So you wouldn't say it would be impossible for you to miss him, but you say it would be not likely for you to miss him.
Correct.
So there's a slim chance that you would miss him. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And there's a slim chance because once you moved a box or two, it was plainly visible. Even in the pictures, you can see it's plainly visible.
What is plainly visible,
The
though?
blanket was plainly visible.
After moving the boxes, yes.
Yeah. And these boxes, I think you moved 2 or 3 boxes. Is that right?
We moved more than that.
How many did you move?
I don't know, but it was more than 2 or 3.
Okay. There's only so many boxes in the basement there. So there's 3 of those anchor boxes. Did you move those?
Can I see the picture that you're referring to?
Let's see, I'll give you all of them.
Okay. What's your question?
You see, when you look at those pictures in total, you see that there's 1 picture or 2 pictures where there's a plain view of from back a ways, there's a plain view of the blanket. And I think I could see the Gatorade or something.
Okay.
You see that?
I see the blanket, yes.
And the reason you can see that is because the camera's picking up a wide angle of the basement, right? Somewhat wide angle.
Of that part of the basement.
Part of the basement.
Yeah.
And the camera, like a human eye, the camera can see the same as a human eye. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And if you were standing where the camera was on one of the prior searches and you moved a few boxes, that's where you would have saw it, right?
I didn't take part in the prior search,
No,
sir.
because we're still talking about as if you were there in the past. Remember when you said it'd be unlikely for you to miss Charlie?
Your Honor, I would say this calls for speculation. We don't know what boxes would have moved, how they would have been moved.
So where are we going with this? He's already testified that if he had been there, it's not likely that he would have missed the child. I just think you're spending some unnecessary time
You're probably right,
on
Judge.
this information, so let's keep moving.
I'm just gonna end with one question.
Go ahead and end with one question.
So if you were standing where the vantage point of that camera, it's clear that you could plainly see a blanket and the Gatorade or some bottles, is that right?
From this vantage point, yes.
Now, when you were down there and you were talking and you didn't hear anything at that point, you said.
No.
And at some point, you're writing one of the reports, or one of the reports you and Wheeler wrote, that he made himself known. He made his presence known. Do you remember that?
I didn't write that in my report.
Did you review all the reports in this case?
No, I did not.
Actually,
Your Honor, I'd object. I believe he's trying to get in information from a police statement, backdooring it in by asking what's in a police statement, which first of all, that doesn't come in. Secondly, it's not even his own report, so I really don't know how it could come in.
Well, I don't know what question he's getting ready to ask.
Good point.
So why don't you ask that question, then we'll decide.
did you put your name on the bottom of the report that's authored by the FBI? See that? Do you recall that?
I would have to see the report.
You may.
Thank you.
The prosecutor see what you're approaching with?
Okay.
You did put, your name is on this FBI report, right?
My name is on the FBI report.
And do you disagree with the statement that,
Your Honor, I would object. He's reading from a police report. There's no basis to read from the police report, and so I would object to that.
Okay, now, counsel, you're not going to read from a police report, are you?
no,
Okay, what's your question?
did Charlie make his presence known to you?
Your Honor, he's pointing to the police report as he's reading
I can
it.
ask whatever I
Well,
want.
it's not, the question is not based on a police report. The question is, did Charlie make his presence known to you?
After I demanded him to come out.
Thank you. Wasn't that your last question?
Yes.
Okay.
And when he made himself known, all he did was stand up and you could see him, right?
Correct.
And how tall is he, approximately? 5'4"? 5'5"?
No, it's not that tall.
Keep your voices up, please.
If you know.
A little over 3 feet, I guess.
You think he's 3 feet? He's this tall?
Let me see.
Oh, wait, let me just ask this question. Sorry.
5'4". I'm sorry.
All right, but there's a big difference between
Yeah,
5'4"
yeah,
and 3
it is.
feet, right?
Yes,
All right, do you remember, that was just a mistake, right?
yes,
So he's like 4 inches, 3 or 4 inches shorter than me. Correct?
yes.
He's a big kid.
I wouldn't say he's a big kid, but yes.
Well,
He's about 5'3", 5'4".
All right, so he's 12 years old at the time. He's about 5'4". And if he was 3 foot, you could probably see that he might be hard to see back there, right?
Correct.
It'd be harder to see a 3-foot child than it would a 5'4" child.
Your Honor, I would object to that question.
Why he?
As to relevance, as to speculation.
All of the above.
Thank you. Your next question.
Based on all your experience, would you be able to answer the following question? Is it easier, when you're looking for a child, is it easier to find a large child or a small child?
Your Honor, I would object again because we would need to know the circumstances involving the search. This calls for a lot of speculation and
It does, counsel. So
unclear
ask
questions.
your specific question with respect to this event.
Given the basement and the conditions where it was in at the time that you found Charlie, would you agree that it would be harder to find a small child in those conditions versus a 5'4" child?
Yes.
Now, when he stood up, he didn't have any problem standing up, right? There was no physical problems with him when he stood up, correct?
It didn't appear to me.
Right. Based on what you could see.
Correct.
And And when you walked across, and he was smiling when you saw him too, wasn't he?
No, I don't recall him smiling.
Okay. You don't recall one way or another, or you don't recall him exactly smiling?
I don't recall him one way or the other.
And you gave him a hug?
Yes.
Did you give him a hug in the basement?
Yes.
And then you walked him up. Some other people came down, but you don't know who they were?
There's a couple of agents or a couple of task force members that came downstairs.
No, did you search that whole area where he was in before you took him upstairs, or just search it after?
No, I did not.
Did you look at the area where he was in?
Yeah, I came back down. Yes.
And you looked at it? You
I
saw
looked at it. I didn't touch anything. I looked at it, yes.
And the reason you looked at it is because you wanted to follow up with your investigation, right?
I was showing a couple of people where he was located.
You were showing where you found him.
Correct.
And did you see a laptop computer in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you see earphones in that area?
No, I don't recall seeing
I mean,
earphones.
we're talking the earphones that go in ears.
No, I don't recall seeing earphones.
Did you see an iPad in that area?
No.
Did you see any other music listening devices in that area?
No, I don't recall seeing.
If there was a laptop, earphones, and other things there, you would have certainly made note of that, would you not?
I would think so, yes.
And as you see it here today, you can visualize like you were there yesterday what was sitting in that area. Is that a fair statement?
No, but
You have a clear recollection.
I've got a pretty good recollection.
Okay. Now, the bar that you said was on the back door,
Yes.
that went into that little hallway,
Yes.
if that bar was on, no one could come in through the back door, right?
Correct. From the outside, from the
Yes.
tunnel?
Correct.
That's correct.
And just a couple more things here. The King homes, did you look around that area a little bit?
We did a canvas. We were talking to the neighbors.
Were you aware that the King homes has heavy surveillance cameras in the area?
I know that the area was checked for surveillance cameras. I don't know if it's how many or exactly where they're located.
Okay. Do you recall any videos that were pulled from those cameras to see if the people that said Charlie was playing basketball and everything else there was found?
Your Honor, I would object. He's putting hearsay into his question.
It's not really hearsay. It's not the truth of the matter, sir. I'm asking if you looked at the videos.
Well,
based on
But you're asking based on people saying that they saw Charlie playing basketball.
And the
So you
pro-
can ask your question differently. You don't need to include the hearsay because it doesn't come in as evidence. So your objection is sustained. Ask your question.
you had information that suggested that Charlie was in the area of the King homes, correct?
Yes.
And based on information, you went and looked around.
There were members of the task force that checked the area.
Okay. And you just said that either you or some of those people also looked for surveillance.
Someone checked for surveillance cameras, yes.
Do you know who that was?
No, I do not.
We had talked about this physical condition of Charlie when you saw him and when you walked up the stairs. Remember that?
Yes.
So, did you see any bruises on him?
No, I did not, but I didn't examine Charlie.
Okay, but you looked at him, right?
Yes.
If there was a giant bruise on his arm, you would have seen that. Right? You made note of it.
If I had seen that, yes.
You didn't make note of it.
No, I didn't see that.
And did you see any bruising on his face at all? You would have seen his face.
No, I did not see that.
Any broken bones or anything like that?
Your Honor, I would object. How would he know if he had broken bones?
Also, we're not spending time, we're not gonna do the whole, let's eliminate 50 things. He's
Yeah, yeah.
answered the question.
All right.
You didn't see any bruising on the face, let's keep moving.
You didn't
Next
see-
question.
Let me just put it this way. You didn't see anything that would suggest to you that his physical well-being was damaged in any way, correct?
No, I did not.
Matter of fact, in your police report, in your statements, you put down that you thought.
Your Honor, I would object for him to get into what he put down in his statement. Again, that's trying to get his statement in, which is improper evidence.
I'll rephrase the question.
Please do, thank you.
Your observations, all your observations led you to the conclusion that he was okay.
He appeared to be okay.
And then when you went upstairs with him, you turned him over to Dylan.
That's correct.
And did you sit in the living room and watch her interrogate him?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, I would object to the term interrogation. I would assume fact, not an evidence that Charlie was interrogated.
I'm clear, he wasn't interrogated. Your next question.
Did you sit in the room and watch him get debriefed by Dylan?
No, I did not.
Who else was in the room at the time?
There was other agents or task force members in the room. I don't know exactly who was in the room at that time.
And was the prosecutor in the house at that time?
I didn't see her in the house.
Where did you see her at all at the scene?
I did.
Where was she at?
Outside. After Charlie was located.
Did you speak to the prosecutor?
I'm sure I did.
I'm not talking about the prosecutor talking today. Which prosecutor did you see there?
Goldfarb.
Okay.
Miss Goldfarb.
Ms. Goldberg?
Yes.
Did you see her speaking with the boy at all?
No, I did not.
And then, before you went there, did you look at a sketch of the basement?
No, I did not.
Have you ever seen this sketch before?
No, I haven't.
May I approach?
Are you going to mark this?
Yes, you may approach.
Oh, thank you.
Could you take a look at that sketch for a second?
Okay.
Would you agree that sketch accurately depicts the size and dimensions of the basement, if you can say so? And just for the record, what I've handed was a sketch that was prepared by Special Agent Impetta or Impala, I'm not sure. Impola. Sorry, Special Agent Impola. It was done on 6/19/2014. So, Sergeant, would you agree that that is an accurate depiction of the basement?
Your Honor, if defense counsel can refer to the sketch and to talk about it, first of all, it hasn't been marked as an exhibit. Second of all, I don't know how it's relevant.
And counsel, you can't testify as to who took it and when and what it represents. You need to question the witness. And so, how is this relevant? He said he's never seen a sketch of the basement before.
Well, he's been in
But
you've been in the basement, right?
Yes.
You searched the entire basement.
Yes.
You left no stone unturned when you took to search the basement. Would you agree with that?
I searched the basement.
But let's be clear about it. You went down there thinking that you might find a dead child. That was on your mind, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
So it never crossed your mind that this child might be dead in the whole time you investigated this case?
I did not go in the basement looking for a dead child. I did not think we would find Charlie down there.
Okay. So you just went down to search the basement for no reason? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, I'm not telling you that. I told you that we searched the basement looking for evidence in regards to his disappearance.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. And wasn't one of the things you were doing when you searched the basement, weren't you looking for Charlie?
Of course.
Right. And
But I was not expecting to find him.
all right. So So you went in the basement looking for Charlie, but you weren't expecting to find him.
I just told you that we were looking for evidence that was germane to him, to the him missing in this investigation.
Like what evidence would you been looking for?
Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Where are we going with this? I want us to stay with the relevant points. Where are we going with this particular piece of it, what he would have been looking for?
All right, you said you're looking for evidence. When you went into the basement, what were you looking for that day when you found Charlie?
Your Honor, objection asked and answered multiple times.
And it has been evidence germane to the child being missing. Your next question.
What specific evidence did you have in your mind that you were looking for that was germane to the missing child investigation?
Sir, it could have been anything. It could have been blood. It could have been wires. It could have been clothing. It could have been rope. It could have been anything.
And while you were down there, you said you spent over an hour down there, right?
Yes.
Combing through all the areas of the basement, correct?
Yes.
And while you're not going to go along with leaving no stone unturned, you did a thorough search of the basement.
I think so, yes.
And while you were there, you were able to ascertain the dimensions of the basement and what the basement looked
I
like.
did not take the dimensions of the basement.
Okay. Well, looking at that diagram, would you agree that that is as best as you can say, what the basement looked like as far as a sketch would go?
Your Honor, I'd object again. How is it relevant? What this is in the sketch? He's already talked about the basement. He's talked about the dimensions that he knows, the size of it. How is the sketch relevant?
The sketch is relevant because the court has to make a determination about the size of the basement, the location of the basement.
Has anyone entered that sketch?
I'm about to if he says that he can recognize it. That's okay.
And Your Honor, this sketch was not drawn by him. This is not a photograph. So how can this officer
Ask your question if he recognizes it, if he doesn't, we're moving on. I'm not spending a lot of time on non-relevant things on today. I'm not doing it. I'm not.
After your thorough hour-plus long search, are you able to look at that diagram that was done and indicate to the court that you recognize this is the dimensions of the basement and the stairs and where the hallway is and the closet and mechanical equipment and all the other things are on this sketch? Is that a fair reflection of what you remember the basement to be?
It's fair, yes.
All right. Judge, I don't know what you did on that, but I'd like to move that as exhibit.
Your Honor, may I voir dire him on it before? I believe I object, but may I voir dire him on the question?
Yes, you may.
Did you draw that sketch?
No, I did not.
Is that sketch a photograph or an actual sketch?
It's a sketch.
Your Honor, I would object. Your Honor, the person to introduce it, to authenticate the sketch, is the person who drew the sketch. Your Honor, we are allowed to admit things like photos and videos if they're fair and accurate representations of what was observed because a camera took the image. It's not a person's rendering or a person having effect. So I would object because the proper way to get the sketch admitted would be through the person who drew the sketch, and he indicated he did not draw the sketch.
Okay, in response, I don't believe you can get the sketch in through this individual.
Judge, there's no, I asked her to cite the rule where it says you can only do it with photos
Your
and with videos.
response?
There's no rule that says you can only do this with photos and videos. This sergeant indicated that he spent over an hour in the basement and that this sketch represents a fair reflection of what he remembers the basement to be. Therefore,
He did indicate that it's a fair reflection. I'll give it the appropriate weight. I'll allow it to be entered. Let's keep moving.
thank you. I don't know what exhibit I'm at, Judge. I'm a little lost right now.
I'm not certain what exhibit you're at either. Madam Court Reporter, are you able to tell them? We've had several court reporters.
Could you just give me defendants of the exhibit and defendant? Excuse me?
This is what I'm using.
All right. May we just put today's date on it and make it a new
Yes, and we'll
exhibit?
make sure that it gets numbered correctly.
So for today's date, we'll make it Defense Exhibit A for today? All right.
Now, looking at that sketch that you said is a fair reflection, Could you isolate where you found Charlie on that sketch? Given that you know where the steps are and everything else.
In the corner here.
Judge, may I approach the witness and make an X there?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor, may I approach and see where he's marking X?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
What is this here?
Now, Sergeant, you testified that that sketch was a fair representation.
I did say it was fair.
Of the basement. So now you can't start asking the
Yeah, I
attorney
can't answer that question.
what's what, because if you're saying that that's fair, then
Your
say
Honor,
it's what it looks
If you
like.
can put where the spot where you found Charlie, that's fine. If you cannot, then
Your Honor, I'd renew my objection to the admission of the sketch because now the officer is asking about what's in the sketch, and he's not the author, and he can't mark
Then he
it.
needs to testify that he did to whatever his personal knowledge is. Your witness said that the sketch represented a fair sketch of the basement. So he can testify as to what knowledge he has based on that sketch. Your question, counsel. Can you put an X there where you found Charlie?
Yes, in the general area, yes.
Okay. Could you do so, sir? And then put your initials on it? Are you going to take a lunch break today, or
Oh, absolutely.
what time?
Absolutely. In 15 minutes. I'm required to give my staff their contractual 1-hour break every day. Okay?
All right, thank you. Now, when you went in the hallway, remember you went in the back hallway? When
Yes.
you were doing the preliminary search? You said you skipped over a few rooms. You didn't go into one of the rooms, the storage room, something like that?
The bathroom.
You
The
didn't go in
restroom.
the bathroom?
No, I did not.
Did you peek in at all?
Yeah, I looked inside, yes.
You made sure no one was in there, right?
I looked inside, yes.
Like, was there another door that you didn't go in, you didn't look into, or did you look into every door?
There was a storage room down there in the
Was it
basement.
locked?
I don't know.
Like, did you look in that room?
No, I did not.
Did somebody with you look in that room?
I don't recall.
And the only other person who was with you was Weaver, right?
That's correct.
He's a special agent.
That's correct.
He's from the FBI.
Yes.
Right. And you guys were both told to go down there by who? Told to go to the basement and search the basement. Who ordered you to do that?
We were assigned to search the basement by Officer Dillon.
And you said you didn't go outside at all, you didn't leave the exit door?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, to object to facts not in evidence. There's no facts in evidence that there was an exit door. So I would move for that
So
question
that's
to be
sustained,
stricken.
yes. That wasn't a testimony.
Now, did you take anything into evidence that day?
No, I did not.
Did anybody else take, did you notice anybody taking into evidence the barrel that was there?
I didn't notice.
Did you look in that barrel when you were down there?
No, I did not.
Did Wheeler look in that barrel that you saw?
I don't know if he did or not.
Did you move the barrel?
I did not move the barrel, no.
Well, I'm just going to ask you this because you confused me earlier. You said that the barrel was light and empty.
Your Honor, I would object that is not, he never said that the barrel was light.
He didn't. Sustained.
What did you say? You said it was easily movable or something like that?
I believe I said the barrel was empty.
Empty. Okay. And was there no lid on it? Is that how you knew it was empty? I'm just trying to get you back up to speed here. It's been a while, right?
Yeah, it's been a while, but the barrel was moved afterwards. I didn't move the barrel. I don't recall if Agent Wheeler moved the barrel or not. But afterwards, the FBI evidence team was there, and they took pictures and processed the scene and what have you. So,
All right, so you're aware that somebody touched it, and because of it, you thought it was empty.
correct.
Were you down there when they were taking pictures and moving things around? Is that how maybe you figured out that?
Your Honor, I'd object to that question.
He can testify to whether or not he was down there when they were taking pictures. Is that your question, counsel?
Yes, Judge.
Were you down there?
Not at that time.
Okay, thank you. Your next question.
You said that not at that time. Were you down there at a later time? Which one? Were you down there at a later time when you saw that?
I told you that I showed a couple of people where he was located.
Now, isn't it true that you didn't expect to find Charlie in the basement because it had been searched a number of times and you thought there's no way the kid's down there?
Your Honor, I would object that calls for speculation and is a compound question.
Well, it is a compound question, but he has testified that the basement had been searched on at least two, to his knowledge, at least two occasions, two prior occasions. But counsel, it's a compound question. Ask your question.
Well, you kind of nodded, right? But isn't it true?
Your Honor, I'd object to his
No,
commentary.
no commentary. Your question.
Isn't it true that you didn't expect to find Charlie down in the basement because it had been searched a number of times by people that you hold in high regard?
I did not expect to find Charlie down in the basement because it had been searched before.
And when you found Charlie, isn't it true that it did not appear to you that he had been living in the basement for 11 days?
I have no idea how long he was in the basement.
I'm asking one more time. I'm going to slow it down.
I can't hear you.
I'm going to ask that question one more time. Isn't it true that when you found Charlie, I'll start over again. Isn't it true that when you found Charlie, it did not appear to you, based on all your experience with missing kids and everything else that you talked about, that he had been living in that corner in the basement for 11 days?
Your Honor, objection asked and answered. He didn't like the answer, so he asked the question again. But it was just asked and answered.
I didn't give an answer.
I didn't get an answer. I'm sorry. I didn't record the answer. What was your answer to that question?
I have no idea how long Charlie was in the basement.
Okay, answer. Next question.
I know you don't have any actual knowledge of how long Charlie was in the basement, but based on everything you saw, including his appearance and everything else, and the things that were down there, and the way it was laid out, did it appear to you that he had been in the basement for 11 straight days?
Your Honor, again, I would object. I would object for multiple reasons. I would say, first of all, this is now getting into a complex, long question based on this, this, and this. So it becomes a compound question. Second of all,
He's already answered.
He's already,
He had no
yes.
idea of how long Charlie was in the basement. And so, counsel, we're going on to the next question.
Did the scene as you saw, the way it was laid out with the blanket and everything else, did that seem a little contrived to you?
No.
No? Did anybody in your department think that it was contrived?
Your Honor, I would object to calls for
Sustained.
speculation.
Do you know who Sergeant Woody is?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I would.
Do you know who Sergeant Mike Woody is?
Your Honor, I'd object to relevance as to who Sergeant Woody is.
Who is Sergeant?
Me, just answering the question.
Is it relevant?
It is relevant.
Answer the question.
I do not know who Sergeant
Okay,
Woody
next
is.
question. Doesn't know.
phones and everything and place those in the evidence?
I did not take anything, sir.
Now, when you went to the scene that day, there was a lot of people that came out that day, right?
Yes.
When I say people, I mean special agents from FBI, Detroit PD, local prosecutor, correct?
Yes, the prosecutor, Ms. Goldfarb, did not come out with us.
I understand, but she was there.
She was
Everybody
there.
before you found Charlie, right?
A lot of people was there, yes.
Were you aware of the prior 911 calls indicating that there was to go check the house?
No.
Were you aware that there was a tip on that day to search the house?
No.
Did you go to the hospital after this
No.
to see Charlie again?
No, I didn't.
You didn't go with him to McDonald's or anything like that?
No.
Were you part of the team that took him out to avoid the media and the cameras?
I was outside, yes.
So, were the cameras outside? Like, why were the cameras there when you went there? Did you guys tip them off or something, or what?
Your Honor, I would object to that question on a number of grounds. First of all, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you make any calls to the media to indicate you were going to do another search?
No.
Can we briefly talk about the woman that you interviewed that said she had saw Charlie?
Your Honor, I object to that question. I don't understand what the relevance of can we talk about.
Counsel, ask your question.
Do you remember interviewing a woman that said she saw Charlie?
Yes.
Yeah, we already talked about it. I was just bringing us back to that point. Remember that?
Yes.
And that was on what day was that?
The 24th, the day before
The day before.
Charlie was found.
Okay. And what did you do after you received that information? You took like a 4-page statement from her?
I believe it's a 3-page statement.
3-page statement? So you actually took it serious enough that you had to write everything down, right?
Correct.
And after you took that statement, did it cross your mind that the kids running around the neighborhood?
Yeah, it's possible, yes.
And then what did you do in following up on that, if anything?
After I left the King homes, we went to the grocery store where the witness said that she saw him. And I did another interview.
Okay. And who'd you interview that for?
It was a security guard.
So, because you'd already said this is one of the highest priorities, you thought, I better go back to that grocery store.
Your question, counsel. I need a question.
So you went to the grocery store because you were taking this serious, right?
Yes.
What she told you, you take it serious, and you went to the grocery store to check it out.
Correct.
And you interviewed the security guard.
Correct.
And then what did you do after you interviewed what did you do after you interviewed the security guard?
I don't remember exactly, but I believe the same day we interviewed a family member of Charlie's. Later.
Would that have been the mother and the father of Charlie don't live together? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Did you interview her?
No.
Okay. So it was some other family member?
Yes.
Not the father or the stepmother or somebody else?
It was someone else.
Who
Yes.
was it? Do you remember? You don't remember, do you?
I don't recall, but took a statement from him.
Did that have anything to do with what you heard from the woman at the, about him being at the supermarket?
No, I don't believe so. No.
Have you ever worked with dogs at all in searching for kids?
Your Honor, I object to how it's relevant.
It's
Answer
relevant.
the question. Have you worked with dogs?
As a handler or as a canine handler, is that what you're asking?
Have you ever been present doing a search when there were canine dogs called to help you?
Yes.
And did you actually call them to help you?
Your Honor, I object to when.
In the past?
I may have.
You may have.
I may have in the
Now,
past.
why do you, just for the judges, why do you call a canine to the scene to find a child?
Objection, how is this
How is
relevant?
It's not relevant. Next question.
Judge, come on.
It's not relevant. Your next question.
Is it, do you want me to ask no questions about dog use? Is that what you're saying?
Sir, your next question. I can't tell you what to ask. All I can do is respond to the objections.
All right. In the occasions that in the past that you've used dogs, that you've asked for dogs to help you search, was that done because you needed help find the kid who was missing?
Objection, relevance.
Not relevant. Sustained.
In the past, when you asked for dogs to come to the scene to help you, was it done because you were looking for evidence of a death?
Objection, relevance.
It's sustained. Not relevant.
Do you know why dog was used in this situation?
Oh, a relevant question. Do you know? Do you know?
I believe it was a cadaver dog that was called out to the scene. And cadaver dogs are used to find dead bodies.
Are you aware of any other tracking dogs that were used by MSP?
No, I'm not.
Are tracking dogs different than canine dogs? And if so, how?
Your Honor, I would object to relevance.
Sustained. Next question.
Is it your impression that cadaver dogs cannot detect live movement from bodies and persons?
I don't know for sure.
You don't know for sure.
No.
Okay, it's time for my staff to take their contractual lunch break. You can continue with your cross-examination at 1:30. And so it's my understanding that the camera crew has already been given directives to please make sure you take your cameras with you, and we will resume at 1:30. And hopefully, Mr. Smith, you're getting ready to wrap this up.
All rise. 36th District Court, City of Detroit, County of Wayne is again in session. You may be seated. Remain quiet for the Honorable Shannon A. Holmes.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Ready to start? All right, we're ready to go back on the record in the people of the state of Michigan versus Monique Bothuell and Charlie Bothuell. This is case number 1556166. Where's counsel from and Mr. Bothuell? Do you know Mr. Diller?
No, I do not, Judge. I was not with
You're
them
here
during
with your
lunch.
client, right?
Yes.
All that matters to you,
That's
I'm
right,
sure.
Judge. Well, here they come.
Okay, you are still under oath, Sergeant.
Yes.
Tell me your last name again, I'm sorry.
Ducker, D-U-C.
Ducker, yes.
Yes.
You are still under oath, and we were concluding with the cross-examination by Mr. Smith on behalf of Mr. Bothuell. Your appearance for the record?
Your Honor, Clarissa Kiani for the people.
Thank you.
Godfrey Dillard on behalf of Ms. Bothuell.
Sean Patrick Smith on behalf of Mr. Bond.
Okay, thank you.
One
Yes.
preliminary matter, and I apologize, I keep raising it, but we do have additional cameras here, so can we just reiterate not, because we have additional cameras here, not filming the officer from the shoulders up and from any angle.
Okay, thank you. For those who have just joined us, please note this court has already ordered that for those members of the media, that for the officers that will be testifying, that you cannot shoot any pictures from the shoulders up. Everything has to be from the shoulders down, no silhouettes, nothing that could be an identifying factor. With that said, Mr. Smith, you may continue.
Thanks, Judge. Now, I'm going to hand you a couple pictures. Let's just see if you recognize them.
You'll have to keep your voice up.
Sorry, just have a cold.
I understand.
I'm gonna show you a couple photos of the scene that you found, Charlie.
Okay?
I'm gonna mark these, Judge. So
Okay.
this is a stack. Let's do one. Like pile. Mark him as today's exhibit, defense exhibit. We don't know what it's gonna be yet. Sorry. Sergeant Ducker, we marked these as defense proposed exhibits 2, 3, 4, and 5. And they have today's date on them. That might not be in sequence with what we did in the past, but just for today's purposes. Could you take a look at those again?
Now, do those pictures refresh your recollection about what you saw at the scene that day? In other words, do you see a computer in those pictures?
Your Honor, I would object. Now we're getting into a compound question, but since 4 pictures were admitted, could we identify what he's asking the witness to refer to?
Can you just lay a foundation so I know what these are pictures of?
Well, I move for admission, there's no objection.
Well,
So,
no.
is there objection?
Yes, because at this point I don't know if the officer has seen what's in the photos at the scene.
Okay.
So we're back to laying the proper foundation.
Do you recognize that scene in those pictures in 2, 3, 4, and 5? Let's start with 2 first. Do you recognize the scene in 2?
No, I do not.
You do not? Let me see it. Okay. How about in 3?
No, I do not.
Do you hold those at the same time? Okay. How about the next one?
This is after the barrel was moved?
I'm sorry? Yeah. That's after the remember you testified that the FBI went down there and moved stuff around and started taking pictures?
Okay.
Do you recognize that as a when you went back down and said you saw them down there? Do you recognize that area?
I recognize the area as being the area where Charlie was found.
Yes.
Not particularly this picture, but yeah.
Okay. Do you dispute that picture is an accurate reflection of that area
No.
where Charlie was found?
No, I do not.
Okay. Is that a fair representation of the area where Charlie was found?
Your Honor,
Minus the barrel?
Your Honor, the proper question, I believe, is that a fair and accurate representation of the area that you saw? He can't testify if he didn't see the barrel being removed, if he didn't see the area. So I believe that's what needs to be established before it can be admitted.
Is that a fair and accurate reflection of the area that you saw previously? Is that a fair and accurate reflection of the area you saw the day you found Charlie?
After some of the items had been removed. Yes.
Okay. So could you set that one aside? Which number is that?
4.
Move for admission 4.
May I, voir dire?
You may.
Did you see that area after the items were removed?
No, I know they moved it.
But
The-
you never saw the area after the items were removed?
No, the evidence text.
All right, Your Honor, I would object because he can't testify to what it looked like after the items were removed since he wasn't there. He can only testify to a fair and accurate representation of what he saw that day, and there's items that have been removed from the time he saw it last.
Well, just to be fair, Judge, well, I think it's unfair for her to make that objection.
Well, no, it's not unfair. He can only attest to what he observed. That's how he can tell this court that photo clearly and accurately depicts what he saw. He can't do that. He's already said it's before the items were moved. So no, it's not coming in. Not
It's
through that.
after the items
I'm
were
sorry,
moved.
after the items
Yeah.
have been moved.
So there's which items were removed from that picture?
Your Honor, I would object because at this point,
I
who knows?
just ruled that the photo is not coming in, and so at this point,
Is there
at
one
this
more left?
juncture.
Is there one more left?
Yes.
Which one is that? You should be showing to me.
5.
Okay, do you recognize that area at all as the area that you saw?
This picture was taken after the items were moved.
All the pictures you verified today were taken after items were moved. You said
This was after Charlie was located.
Let me ask you this. When you located Charlie and you took him upstairs, did you go down and watch all the previous pictures that the prosecutor admitted? Did you watch them all being taken?
No, I did not.
All right. Do you know if they moved any of the pictures, any items in those pictures that you previously authenticated? Remember the items that came in earlier?
I would object because I'm not exactly sure what the question is.
But the witness can, He doesn't look like he knows what the
Could-
question is either. I
Remember-
certainly look like I don't know what the question is, but the witness can testify if he understands or asks for clarification.
Do you remember you went through a bunch of pictures with the prosecutor earlier?
Yes.
Remember those pictures? Those were pictures that depicted an area where Charlie was found, correct?
Correct.
You weren't there when those pictures were taken, right?
Correct.
You weren't there when those pictures were taken, correct?
Correct.
Are you disputing that that's a picture of the area where Charlie was found?
Your Honor, I would object. It's not about disputing. If he didn't see the
You
area,
can answer the question. Are you disputing?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
With that, I move for an admission of number 5.
But he's already testified the business after things were moved. I've said no, I'm saying no again. Let's keep moving.
Were any of the other pictures that you previously authenticated, were any items moved in those pictures that you're aware of?
I would have to see the pictures again, sir.
Where's that?
Any people's exhibits, you remember these? And again,
You weren't there once the FBI went down to take those pictures, right?
Correct. Okay, and would you repeat the question, please?
So, you weren't there when those pictures were taken, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if items were moved or not moved in those pictures, correct?
I don't know for sure, no.
Okay. They're just, in your opinion, they're just a fair representation of what the place looked like based on what you saw prior to them taking pictures, correct?
That's correct.
And that's why they came into evidence, Judge. That's exactly what
No,
I'm
no, no, you're not testifying to me. You're asking your witness a question. Let's be correct at all times,
All
Mr.
right,
Smith.
now,
At all times.
I understand. The pictures I just showed you, I'm sorry, I see those. The pictures I just showed you, are they a fair representation of what you remember seeing in the picture?
Your Honor, objection asked and answered at this
I
time.
don't know which pictures you're referring to. The pictures that you were attempting to admit, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, number
Just so that
5.
the record is clear.
Number 5, which is this picture here. Sir, is that a fair representation of how you remember the basement?
He can answer. Is that a fair representation?
After items have been moved,
Your Honor, I would object. It's
I,
asked and answered.
I wasn't
already
there
said-
when they took those photos.
Okay.
Any photos. Any photos.
And so, Mr. Smith, he keeps saying that this was after they moved something. He can't testify as to whether or not.
Then, Judge, I
those
move to
pictures
strike
were-
all those
You
pictures.
can't ever talk over me,
I'm
or
sorry.
I'm going to remove you out of this courtroom.
Fine.
So please, do not talk over me. And so, when the witness testified earlier with respect to the people's picture, the prosecutor laid the proper foundation. She asked him, is this what it looked like? And is this how you saw it? And he testified, yes, that's why those pictures were able to come in, because he was able to attest that what was in the pictures was what he had observed. Now he's saying, yeah, those are pictures of the basement, but after some stuff had been moved. He can't lay the proper foundation that that's how the basement appeared when he observed it. He's saying, when I observed it, there were some other things in that picture. So it's not going to come in through this witness. So we're not going to spend any more time on this. Let's keep moving.
All right, you testified about a computer. Remember that?
Yes.
All right, and you testified that you didn't see a computer when you thoroughly searched the area where Charlie was found. Is that your statement today under oath?
Your Honor, I would object because that mischaracterizes his testimony. He never said he didn't see a computer when he thoroughly searched the area.
Mr. Smith, ask your question. Just ask it so that it's clear. Because he's testified earlier. Go ahead, ask your question.
Remember when I asked you if you saw a computer down there?
Yes.
Headphones and all that stuff?
Yes.
Did you see a computer in any of the pictures that you authenticated earlier from the prosecutor?
Did I see a computer?
Yes.
No.
Your approach?
Yes, you may.
Thanks, Judge. You take a look at number 19.
Yes.
See this? This picture here with the guy with gloves holding a black square?
Yes.
See in this picture here, which is exhibit 5, the same chords and the same black square.
It looks different to me in that picture.
Okay. How about this picture? Let me get closer.
It looks different from this picture, sir.
Can I approach?
You may.
Does it look different from that picture? That being exhibit, what is that, our proposed exhibit?
Yeah, it looks different to me.
How so?
Because a lot of the items are missing.
Okay. Forget about the items that are missing. I'm asking, do you see in that picture a black square?
Your Honor, objection, that's asked and answered. He said he saw a black square already.
He has. Your next question.
All right. And is that black square in your experience consistent with that being a laptop computer?
Your Honor, I would object, in what experiences could it be consistent with?
It doesn't matter. It's experience.
Answer the question.
From this picture, I cannot tell what it is.
Okay,
I do
thank
see
you.
it.
All right.
Your next question.
So from the pictures you're holding, both the one that's already been admitted and the one that I proposed, you can't tell if that's a computer.
Your Honor, I would object because he's asking about two completely separate photos that provide two separate views, so it can't be answered in just
The
one
witness has
answer.
already testified that from the photo that has been admitted, he cannot say that it is a computer. Let's keep going, Mr. Smith.
Having seen the pictures that I proposed and the prior exhibits that you've already admitted, does it refresh your recollection as to whether or not there was a computer down in the scene in the area where you found Charlie?
Your Honor, I would object. He's already testified about his awareness of a computer or no, and we're just going over the same stuff over and over again.
It's not the same stuff. I asked him after seeing the pictures, looking at them again, does it refresh his recollection? If it doesn't, all he says is no.
Does it refresh your recollection?
I'd like to explain, if I can. When Charlie was located, he was behind the barrel. I asked Charlie to come out. Charlie walked to me, okay? I never saw a computer. You understand?
I
never,
understand.
okay, thank you.
Next question.
Now, when you previously testified, you said you went back down to show people the same area where Charlie was.
Yes, I did. I showed him the area. I pointed to the area where he was located. That was it.
So you never walked them back there to see the area?
I showed him where the area was. I did walk him to where we started searching and where the barrel was. That's what I did.
If we were to look at the picture that is missing the barrel, I propose exhibit. All right. See that? And this is the last question I'm asking for this here. How close did you get to where the barrel was when you were showing these people where Charlie was located?
In the picture with no barrel,
You're
how close did he get to the barrel?
Yeah.
Counsel, I'm sorry.
Forget it.
Madam
I'll
Prosecutor.
ask you a question. How close to the barrel did you get when you were trying to show people where Charlie was found?
I was in the common area of the basement, right to where we started searching and pointed to where the barrel was.
Fair enough. So basically you're saying you didn't go back in further enough to see stuff like an iPod, computer, and things like that. Correct?
Your Honor, I object to the nature of the question. I think
It's not testimony, that's just Mr. Smith. Answer your question. Ask the question.
I did not go back there, no.
Thank you.
Now, this is, I think, the final question. You said that you did not expect to see Charlie when you went down to the basement. We've already talked about that. And you said that that's because of the prior searches. Is there any other reasons why you didn't expect to see Charlie when you went into the basement? You guys went there to search.
Was Was there any other reason?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, I'm sorry, I have one more question. I apologize. Before she starts.
Go ahead, do one more question.
Did you see anybody bringing any down to the basement after you left the basement?
No, I didn't.
You agree that it would be improper for them to bring things down into the basement that were upstairs?
Your Honor, I would object to that question because we don't know what things would be brought down.
Didn't see anybody bring them down.
Straight.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Thank you, redirect.
Okay. Now, you testified previously you had never participated in any other searches of the location.
That's correct.
Had you previously been to 1344 Nicolette Place?
No.
Now, you also previously testified you were assigned to search the basement. Did you search any other area of the home?
No.
When you were there at the home, did you go into any other areas of the home other than the basement and the areas leading into the basement?
No.
Did you go on any other floors of the home?
No.
Now, we talked about the area where Charlie was found, and you testified about what was in the photos. I believe you said that you didn't touch anything after Charlie was found?
That's correct.
Why didn't you touch anything?
There was an evidence team there that came to process the scene.
Is it fair to say that once Charlie was found, you wanted to leave the scene in the same condition it was when Charlie was found?
Sustained. It's leaving.
Did you specifically examine that area where Charlie was found after Charlie was found?
No. No.
Answer the question.
No.
Thank you.
Did you specifically examine the blanket that was there when Charlie was found?
No, I didn't.
Now, in that hallway that was testified to previously, where there was a bathroom and a storage room.
Objection, Your Honor, that's a mischaracterization. It's not a hallway.
I'm sorry. And that is correct. In the tunnel that was described, and I apologize, previously where there was a bathroom and a storage room, are you aware if there were any surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Did you see the camera?
Yes, I did.
Did you see one or more than one, if you know? How many did you see?
Just one.
And did you see where that camera appeared to be focused on?
On the door to the basement.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know how he can testify as to what the camera appeared to be focused on.
So he lacks
It was-
personal knowledge. Sustained. Your next question.
Was the lens of the camera facing a certain direction?
Objection, Your Honor. You can't testify as the location,
He
how
has
the
to
camera
establish
operates.
the foundation as to whether or not he can testify as to where this camera was pointing and what it was capturing.
Okay. So you testified you saw a camera.
Yes.
Could you see the lens of the camera?
Yes.
Was the lens of the camera one that was an ordinary lens of a camera?
Objection. What's the relevancy of the ordinary lens of the camera?
Well, Your Honor, I believe that if I'm allowed to ask him, that if it's an ordinary lens, I can ask if it was pointed in some direction. And
You answer the question.
Repeat the question.
was the camera lens pointed at anything?
Yes.
What was it pointed at?
The door that leads out to the tunnel, or from the tunnel that leads into the basement.
Okay. From the place that you were searching, the location 1344 Nicolette.
Objection.
Correct.
She's leading him.
I'm clarifying which
She's
door.
clarifying. Go ahead and clarify.
And then, now you had indicated that there was trash at one of the doors. Is that the same door?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that you talked to someone at the King Homes and that you then went to the market. You talked to some people there.
That's correct.
Okay. When you went to the market, do you remember how many people you spoke with?
2.
Do you remember, did you still have that photo of Charlie?
I believe I did, yes.
Do you remember if you showed anyone that photo of Charlie?
I'm sure I showed both people I talked to.
Do you remember if either of them indicated that they had seen Charlie?
Objection, that's leading as hearsay, is what they said to him.
Counsel, he can't tell me what they said.
Okay. After speaking with those people at the market regarding the photo of Charlie, how did that affect the information you got from the woman that you talked to at King Home?
Objection, Your Honor. Now, when I tried to get into
No. Tell me what your objection is. We're not
It's
going
hearsay.
to do...
Hearsay.
Okay.
I just asked how it affected.
She's asking how it affected, not what they said. Answer the question.
Okay.
If there was any effect.
Yeah, if there was any effect.
There wasn't.
There was no effect.
Okay, moving on.
After you finished your portion of the canvassing of that area, did you believe that there had been credible sightings of Charlie?
Objection, that's not relevant. You know what he believed to be credible sighting? There's no testimony that there was any sighting. Didn't even allow us to get into that.
Answer the question.
Repeat the question, please.
After you finished your canvassing of the area, did you believe that there had been any credible sightings of Charlie?
Objection.
No.
I've heard your objection. Overruled. Answer it.
No.
And now you said you've previously worked on cases where you investigate missing and exploited children.
Yes.
Have you previously, in those investigations, ever been in a situation where you get people reporting sightings that don't pan out?
Objection, leading.
I don't believe it's leading. I'm asking if he's
Well,
ever...
it is leading.
Okay.
Sustained.
How often do you get reports of missing children that don't pan out to be credible?
Objection, relevancy.
There's no relevance to objection.
Your Honor, I believe it's highly relevant based on the questions of defense counsel.
How is it relevant as to how many leads just don't pan out? I don't believe that it's relevant. So I'm sustaining the objection. Your next question.
I have nothing further for this
Okay.
witness.
Thank you, Sergeant Ducker. You are excused.
Thank you.
People may call their next witness.
We need a couple minutes, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I thank
What's a couple? You know that I'm restricted to the 3:15.
3:30. I'm 3:15. Okay.
Are you all approaching?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's okay.
May we?
Give me 1 second. Okay, I got you. You may approach at this time. Thank you all.
Might as well, you can move over here. I'm disappointed.
I need a different kind of, when you all are with me, I hear a
go outside real quick?
Sure, but don't go far, because as soon as I know who's where, we're ready to go. 3:15 is my cutoff time, is that what you said? Can we see where we are? Maybe if it's your examination, you can cut your questions a little short and get it out of the way.
I'll let him know right now.
Okay, well, let's just see how far.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
You go. Yeah, they get that.
you're off. Yeah, you're off. Okay? I apologize for messing you up. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Are we ready to go back on the record?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith. Okay, we're back on the record. The people may call their next witness.
Your Honor, the people will call Charlie Bothuell V. Before he comes out, I'd ask the court to remind everybody that there is to be no photography at all.
Absolutely.
No flashing of pictures.
Absolutely. Please keep in mind that this is a minor witness, and in my courtroom, I do not allow any photographs, no silhouettes, nothing from the face, from the shoulders up. So please make sure that you comply with that order. Thank you so much. Now you may call your first witness.
Charlie Bothuell V, Your Honor.
Please stand, raise your right hand.
Oh,
please.
okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. Okay. Please pull the microphone into you. Thank you. You may proceed.
Hi, can you tell us your name, please?
Charlie Bothuell.
Can you say it loud?
Charlie.
Because,
Charlie Bothuell.
okay. And is there a number after your name?
The fifth.
And when we're in court, I usually call somebody Mr. Bothuell, or when they're adults. Do you have a name that you prefer me to call you? Is Mr. Bothuell okay?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm going to call you, all right?
Okay.
All right. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Okay.
Are you happy to be here?
Relevancy, objection.
Counsel.
First of all, it is relevant since they asked Dr. Nazar, doesn't he want to be an actor, and didn't he tell you that? I'm asking, it is a very relevant question considering the cross-examination of Dr. Nazar.
Counsel, it's not relevant as to whether or not he's happy to be here. Your
All right.
next question.
Thank you. How old are you today?
13.
Tell us your date of birth.
September 10th, 2001.
You
Say it again.
September 10, 2001.
And do not tell us your address, okay?
Okay.
But tell us who you currently live with.
My mother.
And do you live alone, just you and your mom, or someone else?
My little brother.
Okay. And how old's your little brother?
9.
And can you tell us, if you know, your mother's name and how you spell it, please?
Africa Shippings. AFRICA. SHIPPINGS.
Thank you. Last year in June of 2014, do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember who you lived with then?
Yes.
Do you remember where you lived then?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us first who you lived with back in June of 2014.
Monique Bothuell and Charlie Bothuell V.
What? Anybody else live at that home?
Yeah, my Charles Luke Bothuell and Lillian Bothuell.
And Charles Luke Bothuell, how old was he back in 2014, if you know?
I think 4.
And Lily, did you say Lily or Lillian?
Lillian.
Lillian Bothuell, how old, if you know, was she back in 2014?
I don't remember.
You don't know?
No.
Was she older or younger than Charles Luke, if you know?
Younger.
Thank you. Can you tell us the address that you lived at when you lived with Monique Dillard Bothuell and Charles Bothuell IV?
1344 Nicolette Place,
And what city was that?
Detroit, Michigan.
And do you see either one of those people here today?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us where they are and tell us what they're wearing, please?
Charlie Bothuell IV is wearing a suit and...
Okay, can you tell us, can you just point to him? If counsel stipulate that he's identifying the defendant, Charles Bothuell IV?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the other person, say the name again, please.
Monique Dillard.
Okay, and do you see her here? You could, if you need to stand up, tell us.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us where she's seated?
Next to Charlie Bothuell IV, to his left.
Okay, to his left?
Yes.
Thank you. Will counsel stipulate that to the identification?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is she seated to the left? When you're to your left, are you looking at a woman to the left of Charles or Charlie Bothuell IV, or a woman seated to the left of him? When you look,
It would be towards the left of me, actually.
it's towards. Say it
I
again.
can't hear.
It's towards the left of me.
Towards the left. When you look straight at him.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Do you remember when you started living with them at their house?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember about that?
Could you be a little bit more specific?
Sure. Do you remember how old you were when you started living there?
I think 11.
Do you not remember
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the response.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, how old were you when you started living there?
I think 11.
And do you remember about how long you think you lived with them?
About 2 years.
Now, I don't want you to tell me what school you currently attend, but I do want you to tell me if you attend a school.
Yes, I do.
All right? And can you tell me if that's a public school, regular public school?
Yes.
Okay. And what grade do you currently attend?
7.
When you were living with Charlie Bothuell IV and Monique Dillard Bothuell, during the first part of when you first started living with them, did you attend a school?
Yes.
How long did you attend a school, please?
From November 2011 to the end of December towards Christmas break.
All right. So,
Your Honor, can we have what year, please?
2011.
so you think you, to the best of your recollection, you attended a school between November of 2011 and December of 2011?
Yes.
Okay. And what grade did you attend for that month that you lived with them and went to school, please?
5th grade.
What grade?
5th.
You were in the 5th grade when you were 10? Or when you were 11 years old?
When I attended.
Okay. And how were you doing in school that month that you attended when you lived with them?
I don't remember.
Do you, what happened that made you, if you know, stop attending school in December of 2011?
I can't recall.
What did you stop attending school?
Yes.
What happened? Did you have any education during that time?
Objection.
During the time after December of 2011?
Objection, relevancy.
I'm going to allow it. Answer the question.
Yes, I did.
What kind of education? Can you describe it to us?
Math, science, and chemistry.
Okay. And where were you having this education?
At the home of Charlie Bothuell V and Monique Dillard.
All right. Did you have who taught you these things?
Charlie Bothuell V.
Okay. When did that teaching take place? I'm talking about like during the day or night or whatever.
Objection. She's leading him.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to lay a foundation.
Go. I'll allow it. Answer the question.
At home.
I understand. Was there a specific time set aside for learning or for schooling during the time that you were at home?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Answer the question.
Yes, after I got up at 5, mostly like after washed up and chores and stuff. That's when I would start doing my subjects that were given to me.
Who gave them to you?
Charlie Bothuell V.
Okay. So did he sit with you and go over the subjects or anything?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Answer the question.
Sometimes, depending on if I had already gone over it or if it was something I knew.
Did you have any textbooks?
Yes.
Where do you remember what you had?
It was an English book and a science book.
Where did it come from, if you know?
Chrysler Elementary.
What do you mean?
As I was going to school there, I was told to bring home some books to help me study, and I never returned them, so we use them for assignments.
Okay. So you brought home a couple of different books?
Yes.
From Chrysler Elementary?
Yes.
And did you ever, how long were you in the home being schooled and not in school?
From January 2012 to June 2014.
Did you ever get any new books?
No.
Did you, was Charlie Bothuell IV, was he home with you during the days during this period of time?
Sometimes, because he had, sometimes he wasn't because he had, like a healthcare, type, business, and he would go see patients and stuff. Sometimes I'll be home alone, sometimes Monique will be there.
When you returned to school after June of 2014, where were you academically in comparison, if you know, to the other students in your class?
I'm not sure.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think he can testify as to where he was academically unless it was a proper foundation that he knew what his grades were.
You're gonna have to lay the proper foundation for him to be able to testify as to where he was in comparison to the other students.
Did you
sustain?
Did you return to school sometime after June of 2014?
Yes.
Do you remember when?
September.
Right. And when you went back to school in September, were you in a classroom with other students?
Yes.
Were you able to see what was being taught by the teachers in those classrooms?
Yes.
Were you able to make a determination or about what you knew in comparison to other students in your classroom?
Objection, Your Honor. How can he make a comparison about what he knew versus
You'll have to lay the proper foundation, sustain.
Did you understand what the teachers were teaching?
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel like you had the background to keep up?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know if he can testify as whether he can keep up to what, in reference to what.
Then let him answer the question. Were you able to keep up?
No, not necessarily. Some things I weren't taught or just didn't know.
Tell us what things you weren't taught when you were at home.
Mostly like for the level I was at, 7th grade math.
Can't hear you.
Mostly for the level I was at, like 7th grade math, stuff like that.
So all right.
Your
Now.
Honor, Your Honor, I have a continuing objection on behalf of Ms. Bothuell. There is no testimony that Ms. Bothuell had anything to do with the teaching of the child. All the questions have been related to Ms. Bothuell.
Thank you. Please continue with your examination.
When you said that sometimes Charlie Bothuell was home, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes he wasn't, right?
Yes.
And sometimes you were alone, correct?
Yes.
And when you weren't alone, who was there?
Monique Dillard.
When she was there, well, that's fine. When you lived with Charlie Bothuell and Monique Dillard Bothuell, where did you sleep?
And the bin was turned into my bedroom for a short while.
For how long was the den turned into your bedroom?
From the time when I got there in November to about October 2013.
Okay. After October of 2013, do you remember what happened?
No.
Where'd you sleep after that?
On the couch.
When you were there, when you were staying with the Dillard Bothuell and Mr. Bothuell, were you involved in any activities? Like, do you know what Pop Warner football is?
No.
Were you involved in any activity where
No.
you? And I'm talking about like baseball.
No.
Did you ever go out and play basketball?
Not basketball, but threw baseball with a little brother and my dad one time during the summer. That's about it.
You threw a baseball?
Yeah, we played catch.
And you did that how many times?
Once.
Do you know where you did that? You played baseball one time with your dad and your little brother?
It was at a park.
Do you know where that park was?
It's a part of the complex where they live at.
Do you remember ever going to a park in Birmingham?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
It is, it's leading, sustained.
Do you remember going to any other park in any other city around here?
Objection leading. He answered he only went to one park, Your Honor.
No, he didn't say he only went to one park. He said he remembered going to play catch one time.
Do you remember going to any other parks?
Yes.
Where do you remember going?
It's kind of like a kids' park in Birmingham, Michigan.
And what's that mean? What do you describe it, if you can, as about a kids' park? Describe what you mean by a kids' park.
Like, I mostly saw little kids and stuff and their parents.
And what did they have some kind of equipment there?
Objection, relevancy.
Answer the question. Did they have some equipment?
Strollers and stuff.
Your next question.
Thank you. How many times did you go there?
Once.
Did you ever do any other activity during the time that you were there? Music, art, outside of your home, and outside of their residence? Music, art, drama?
No.
When you went to the parks that you described, the two different times that you recall, who'd you go with?
Charlie Bothuell, Charles Bothuell, and Monique Diller.
And did you ever go anywhere with friends?
No.
Why not?
That didn't happen.
Why not?
Never went outside unless I was allowed.
Well, what would make you be allowed to go outside?
If it was getting groceries or helping Monique take my little brother out to the car. They were going to the grocery store or to school.
What do you mean about school?
Charles Bothuell has autism, and so Monique Diller would take him to a facility for him to get help.
And so what was your part in that?
Helping them get ready and get out to the car so they could go where they needed to.
Was there ever a time when you tried to leave that place before June of 2014?
Objection leading.
Before
No,
June
it's
of
not leading. Answer the question.
Yes.
Do you remember how old you were when you tried to leave?
11.
And do you remember what month or year that was?
2012.
And what did you do?
I ran away.
What'd you do? How'd you get out?
I walked out the front door.
Okay, and what happened then?
I went towards my aunt's house, but I didn't go there. It was another block over.
What does that mean? It was in a
Like,
block.
A block, like kind of across from where she lived.
And what'd you do?
Mostly just walked around.
Where were you headed? Anywhere?
You said where was I?
Where were you going?
Well, the plan was to go to my aunt's house.
Okay. But you said you just walked around?
Yeah.
About how long do you think you just walked around?
I'm not sure.
Well, was it a day or more than a day or less?
Less than like maybe 2 or 3 hours.
And then what happened after 2 or 3 hours?
The police found me and took me back to Monique
Something happened when you got there?
Yes.
Do you remember what happened?
After I got out of the police car, they asked me what happened.
Who's they?
The police officers.
Okay. They asked you what happened. A question is not...
Hold on. You have to get up and make your objection.
I'm trying to.
Okay? What's your
Well, my
objection
objection
on?
is he's getting ready to make a statement as to what the police said to him.
Okay, and are you about to have him make a statement as to what the police said to him?
He said... They said what happened, which is not a statement or an assertion. It's a question. It's not hearsay. I don't know what the objection
I'm not allowing it for the truth of the matter asserted. They asked him what happened or what was going on. Go ahead.
Okay.
And I didn't tell them I lied.
Okay. You lied to the police?
Yes.
And then what happened after that?
After we went back in the house and
Who's we?
Monique Dillard. Oh no, my dad, Charlie Bothuell V, and my mom.
And what about Monique Dillard, if you know?
She was in the house on the phone with my dad.
Okay. So she was on the phone?
Yes.
Was your dad present there?
Yes.
How do you know she was on the phone with him then?
I could hear him talking to her.
All right. And did the police stick around or did they leave?
They left.
And did something follow that? Did something happen after they left?
Yes.
What happened?
We went home and I got a spanking, I guess you could say.
What do you mean by...
I got whooped.
What's that mean?
Charlie Bothuell V was giving me like a wooden stick and basically kind of laid over the dining room table. And
Why did you lay over the dining room table?
Because I was told to.
And
I'm struggling. I don't know if Ms. Benstein was struggling to hear, but Mr. Bothuell, I'm really struggling to hear you. And so I know this may be difficult for you, but I am going to need you to speak loudly and clearly because it's very important that I hear everything you're saying, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon my interruption. You may continue.
I was told to basically lay across the table, the dining room table, and I basically got spanked on the butt.
With what? If anything?
A wooden stick or a straw bottle, and then a plastic PVC pipe.
All at the same time?
Yes.
And do you remember if your pants were on or they were off?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember how many times that you got hit or struck that time?
No.
Was that the first time that ever happened?
Getting a whooping?
Yes.
No.
Was it the first time it ever happened with a stick or a pipe?
Yes.
Did you ever get struck with the pipe or the stick again?
After that occurrence or?
After that?
Yes.
Did it happen with the stick or the pipe one time or more than one time?
With the PVC pipe after that. Any whooping I had was done with the PVC pipe.
Can you tell us how often you would get whooped with the PCV pipe?
I'm not sure.
Well, was it more than once?
Objection, leading.
It's clarification. It's not leading. Go ahead. Answer the question. Was it more than once?
Yes.
Do you know if it was more than 10 times?
I'm not sure.
Are you talking about, and during what time frame are we talking about here?
What do you mean?
Like during are you talking about when you were, the more than one but maybe 10 times, is that during A year, 2 years? What are you what time frame are you talking about?
Objection, that's total mischaracterization.
It is sustained. He did not testify that it was 10.
I said maybe.
No.
He said, what did you say? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure.
Okay. How many times do you think? Can you estimate?
Judge, if he's not sure, he's not sure. You can't get speculation.
Can you estimate? If you can, you can. If you can't, tell us you can.
I can't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. What time frame are you talking about?
From 2012 to 2014.
Okay. When you would get hit with the PCV pipe, okay?
Yes.
Did it always happen in the same way? I mean, was there did it always happen in the same place on you?
No.
Okay. Do you remember what different places you got hit with the PCV pipe?
Yes.
On your body? Tell us, please.
My head, my sides, my butt, and my feet.
And do you remember if your clothes were on or off?
No, I don't.
Were they? You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have any injuries on your body as a result of that?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us where you had injuries?
On my butt.
Well, how do you know it was injured?
Because the skin was split open.
How do you know that?
I could feel it, and I saw it before.
Okay. What would happen when the skin would be broken, if you can tell us?
It would bleed.
Okay. Anywhere else that was injured?
No.
Did you ever receive an injury on the front?
Objection. He's already said no other places. She's now leading him.
Can't lead him.
No.
Did anything else ever happen to your body with the PCV?
Objection, leading, and is asked and answered, and
He
she's
can
already
answer it. Nope, he can answer it.
Could you restate your question, please?
Yes. Anything else ever happened to your body with the PCV?
Again, objection.
And I've
What?
already ruled, it's overruled. The question was whether or not there was an injury. She's not asking specific about an injury. She's asking somewhere else on the body. Ask your question, and now he's going to answer it without interruption. Ask your question.
Anything else ever happened with the PCV pipe on your body?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. When you lived with Monique Dillard Bothuell and Charlie Bothuell IV, did you have some routine that you went through?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about your routine?
I would get up at 5 a.m. Wherever I was laying at during the time, if it was on the bed, I would fix my sheet in the cupboard, my pillows, and then I would go brush my teeth, wash my face, have a protein shake, and clean up around the house, whatever needed to be clean, I did. And then after that, I would work out.
And did you work out because you wanted to?
No.
Why did you work out?
Because I was told to.
Okay. And did you have any kind of workout routine?
Yes.
And can you tell us what it was?
With the specifics,
Yeah, just tell us what.
I don't remember because they changed a lot, so.
All right. When you were do you remember what it was when you were last there? When you last stayed at their house?
No.
Okay. Did you, how long was the workout routine after you had your protein shake? How long did it last?
Maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours.
And how do you know, how did you know when it was over?
After I had machine, I had to.
After you what?
After I ran on the elliptical machine, sometimes I had to run for, I think 60 minutes, which was during the morning.
Which was what?
During the morning.
All right. And then what?
After that was finished, I would take a shower.
What's the next thing that would happen after that?
Get out of the shower, put lotion on, and like pajamas and stuff. And then after that, I would go and do whatever assignments were given to me for the day.
Okay, and where would you do those?
Upstairs in the hallway.
What was the next thing that would happen after that?
Nothing really. However, I would do work until lunchtime, maybe 12 or 11 o'clock.
Okay, was anybody working with you, talking to you, doing anything with you at that point?
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Well, was there anyone else there?
Sometimes, yes.
Like who?
Monique Dillard and my little brother.
Okay, so after you would do some work in the hallway, then what?
I would have lunch.
Okay, and who would make your lunch?
Sometimes me and sometimes Monique Dillard.
Okay, and then what would happen?
I would eat, and then I would look around the house if there was any dirty dishes. And
If there was any what?
dirty dishes.
What's that mean?
Like if there's dirty dishes in the room and stuff like that, I would go around the house and look and get them, and then take them back to the kitchen and wash them.
After the day dishes, then what?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
After the day dishes, what would happen next?
I would go back and do my work.
Okay. What would happen after work?
After that, maybe 5 or 6 o'clock, I would go and do my evening workout.
And who gave you an evening workout?
Charlie Bothuell V.
Okay. And do you remember what the evening workout would be?
No.
How long would it take?
Around maybe the same time. The morning workout was an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours.
If you did this routine ever change on the weekends or anything, any other time?
No.
Was it the exact same every single day?
Yes.
That you were at that house, is that right?
Yes.
What would happen if you didn't do this routine?
I would get in trouble for whooping.
And what would happen when you would get a whooping?
I would be made to go lay down on the couch, and I would get a spanking, basically.
Okay, and what would happen when you would get a spanking? When you would be made to go?
I would get whooped on the butt, and sometimes on the side.
Anywhere else?
Yes, on the feet sometimes.
Okay. And how did that feel?
It hurt a lot.
And then what would you do?
After I got a whooping,
Well, how many times would you get when you get a whipping? Can you describe how many times you would get hit?
no. If you're asking for a number, no, I can't.
Okay,
No.
I'm not asking you for an exact number. Can you estimate?
No.
Okay. Would it be more? Would it be just one time?
No.
Objection, Judge. He's already answered. He can't even estimate. She's now leaving.
Would it?
Sustained.
Words in his mouth.
Well, are you able to estimate at?
Objection.
You know,
I don't
this
know
is.
what her question is. Ask your question.
Are you able to tell us anything more about the whippings?
After a certain point, I would be made to turn on a different side. Like, if I was laying flat, I would be made to turn on my left side, and I get basically spanked on that side, and then switch and do on the right side.
What would you be doing while this was going on?
Sometimes crying and convincing my dad to stop.
I can't hear you.
Sometimes crying and convincing my dad to stop.
What does that mean by convincing him? What would you say?
stop and like I'll do better and stuff like that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the response.
You ask your sponsor to please stop and I'll do better.
And you said it hurt.
Yes.
Did it stop hurting after he was done?
No, because sometimes like parts of my body would be swollen or certain spots would be tender and it would hurt if I like laid on it or sat or anything like that.
How could you tell that parts were, as you said, swollen? Is that the word you used?
Yes.
Tell me what it looked like.
Like puffy and bruised.
Did you did you have to continue your routine after that?
Yes.
Can you describe what would happen?
After I got a whooping, I would be made to go do my workout.
And how would that feel?
It would hurt because like of the pain and stuff. It would be hard.
What would happen? Was there any rules about this workout?
I can't remember.
When you said that this would happen, it would happen because why? What did you do to make this happen?
What do you mean?
I mean, you said that it would happen and you would tell your dad, I'm going to do better. What were you supposed to be doing better?
Like doing my stuff without having anyone tell me to. Doing stuff that I knew I should have done.
Like what kind of stuff did you not do that you knew you should have done?
Depending on what it was, that was my workout, I would have done it, or like I should have done it, or if it was like an assignment that something I knew specifically that I should have done, and I just didn't do it purposely on purpose. I would basically say I would do everything that I know I'm supposed to, and like basically not have to go through me getting a whooping again.
During this period of time when you were on this routine, was there any like games or toys or things for you that you did?
I got one present for my birthday. It was my 12th birthday. My Charlie Bothuell had bought a PSP Go off of eBay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
A PSP Go.
What happened?
PSP what?
Go.
And what happened after? What happened with that?
It got taken away because of something that I did.
Pardon me?
It got taken away because of something that I did.
What did you do?
I can't remember.
How long after you got it was it taken away?
I'm not sure.
What's a PSP Go?
It's a handheld, basically video game device.
Besides what you told us about with the PCB pipe, were you ever told, or did your dad ever, or did Mr. Bothuell or ever tell you what would happen if you didn't do these rules?
Yes, I would just get a whooping again.
Anything else? Were you ever told anything else?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was there a time where he took you somewhere? In the car?
He's actually leading. He already said he's not sure, he doesn't know.
Well, he's not sure. I'm going to allow it. Did he take you
were you told that you would be going sent somewhere?
Objections leading. I mean, it's completely.
All right, you know what? I can refresh his recollection with the kids talk, and we can set it up, or I can have some leeway because this is a child, and that is the court rules do permit some leading for child witnesses if we want to review
Well,
them.
an opportunity to rule
Okay.
as to whether or not his question was leading.
All right.
And so my ruling was going to be that I would allow it.
All right.
Thank you.
Were you ever told that something was going to happen to you, or you were going to be?
Yes, sometimes I was told that I would be taken or sent to military school.
Where?
Utah or Haiti.
I'm sorry, Utah or?
Haiti.
Thank you.
And did anything ever happen with that?
Yes. Once Charlie Bothuell had took me and drove me. We got to Ohio, and I was basically on the way there trying to convince him not to take me, and so he turned around and we went back home.
What were you saying, and what was he saying?
I can't remember.
Now you said that that Charlie Bothuell IV would strike you. Is that right?
Yes.
During the time that you were in that house, did anybody else ever strike you?
Sometimes, but very rarely.
Okay. Who was that?
Monique do it.
What did she do?
Sometimes she would punch me, or I got choked once.
By her or someone else?
Her.
And would she say any words to you when she was doing that?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Did she say anything?
I can't remember.
Okay, your next question.
Did there come a time where you told her that about something you wanted to do, or you?
Objection, Your Honor. That's leading.
Counsel, I'm going to allow it. She's not telling him, I'm sorry, the answer. So I am going to grant some leeway. Go ahead and answer the question.
Could you say it?
Yeah. Did there come a time where you? How did you feel during the time you were living there?
Depressed, upset, and just wanted to go home to my mom.
And why were you depressed?
It was just a very terrible place to be.
What was terrible?
Or that I would get whooped and treated.
What did you not like about your treatment?
Everything. I was expected to do everything perfectly, basically. I was never given any leeway, or basically like a chance to make a mistake and learn from it.
And when you were depressed, did it make you do anything or feel that you were going to do something?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
During May of last year, I think.
Keep your voice up for me.
During May of last year, I think, late May, I basically had gotten so upset and depressed and sad about being there to the point where I had tried to commit suicide.
What did you do?
I tried to cut my wrist with a knife.
Did you actually make a cut?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody that you did that?
Yes.
Who?
Monique did it.
Did she tell you anything?
I don't necessarily remember.
Did she say anything about
Objection, Your Honor.
about you having done that?
Objection, Your Honor. She said he did not remember.
Well, no,
Now
she's
she's
asking
leading.
she's asking a different question. Answer the question.
you say it again, please?
What?
Can you say it again, please?
Did she respond to you? When you
Yes, she responded. I just don't remember what she said specifically.
do you remember going to Kids Talk?
Yes.
Did you tell them the truth at that point?
Yes.
Do you remember now what you said happened?
No.
On the subject of Monique Dillard Bothuell, did she ever say anything else to you, or anything to you that you recall?
Objection, he has already answered that he didn't recall.
No, overruled. Answer the question.
Did she ever
Anything else?
express to you her feelings about you?
Objection, she cannot express, he cannot testify as a Ms. Monique Bothuell's feelings.
No,
But he can testify. That question is improper. He can't testify as to her feelings, but he can testify as to what she said to him, which was your first question.
I thought that's what
they
I
were
said, but maybe I'm
objecting on.
wrong. In May of 2014, and did she ever tell you anything about what she felt about you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did she ever tell you what she felt about you? Or,
Pleading,
I
Judge.
can't remember.
Hold on. She can ask that question. He can answer. What's your answer?
I can't remember.
Can't remember.
No.
I'm going to take you.
Ms.
Well, let me
Goldfarb,
ask this.
Ms.
Let me
Goldfarb, let me say this. We are down to the 15-minute mark, so you may want to get to a place where you're comfortable so that when we come back, it's easy for you to pick up. You may
Okay.
proceed.
During this period of time, did you ever get a chance to visit with anyone?
Yes.
Who?
My mom and Charlie Bothuell's mother.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer. Your
My mom and Charlie Bothuell's mother.
How often would you go on a visit?
I can't remember.
Well, you have no idea. Would it be every day?
No, not every day.
Would it be every week?
No.
Okay. So does that help? Can you tell us more specifically?
Maybe every other month.
And how long would you, specifically talking about your mother, how long would you stay when you go on a visit?
Just the weekend.
Would you, what would you do when you go there?
Just hang out with my mom, watch TV, my little brother and stuff.
Did you have any friends there?
I did, but they have moved, so no.
What about cousins or other relatives?
Yes,
And what would you hang out with them?
sometimes.
Okay. When you were with your dad at your father's home, Charles Bothuell IV, did you have any cousins or other relatives that you could hang out with?
Yes and no, because I was never really allowed to go anywhere.
Okay, so they were cousins, but did you ever see them?
Sometimes. Yes.
Like how often?
I'm not sure.
Well, would it be, think about a month.
No, it would be longer than that.
And were you ever allowed to just hang out without an adult around or adult there? Well, do you not know what that means?
I mean, I didn't go anywhere, so.
Did anybody ever come over to your house and like watch TV or play games with you or anything?
No.
Did you ever go out to dinner?
A couple of times, yes.
During the time you were there, you went out to dinner a couple times?
Yes.
Do you remember where you went?
One was kind of like a dinner birthday party for Charlie Bothuell's mother for her birthday, and one was just, I guess, to like get out of the house.
Did you ever go? You said you never went anywhere. Did you ever go anywhere else besides like these couple of dinners you remember?
Yes.
Where else?
I went on a trip to Las Vegas.
How did that come about?
Because my granddad was sick, and basically they wanted me to see him just in case anything happened.
Okay, and so when did that happen?
During June of 2013.
How long were you gone?
For about a month, I think.
Okay. On the weekends when you would see your mom, did you ever tell her what was going on?
No.
Why?
I just didn't feel comfortable. I just didn't think anything would change. I would just still end up back in the same place.
What's that mean?
Like, I don't think, I would have been like basically allowed to go live back with her if it was some of the things that I told her.
Was this? How would you feel when you would leave your mom's after a visit?
Sad.
What were you sad about?
Just the fact that I would have to go back to live back with him and not see her, not knowing how long it'll be before I saw her again.
How did you feel about going back to where you were living?
Upset.
Why?
Because I just didn't want to be there.
Was there any reason you didn't want to be there?
Yeah.
What was the reasons?
The way I was being treated and the stuff that I had to do.
Okay, like what stuff? What did you not? What are you talking about when you say the way I was being treated?
It's just that what expectations set that I just had to reach. That was something just absolutely ridiculous.
Like what?
Like if it was assignment that was given to me, it was something that I didn't know. Because some of the stuff that would be given to me was maybe high school level stuff that was like was never taught, and if I didn't, I guess, do it or ask for help, I would get in trouble.
And what would happen when you'd get in trouble?
I would get a whooping or punched.
What would be punishment?
A spanking or maybe reaching for excellence.
What's that mean?
When I have to put my arms up and reach for a certain amount of time, like I have to stand in a corner and reach, depending on how long I was told to, or the amount of time that they wanted me to.
Did they tell you the time?
No, they just decided when they wanted me to stop.
How long would it be? Your arms were up.
I can't really tell because it was just so painful. It kind of seemed like forever, to be honest.
Judge, I have an objection. I know he's using the word they, but I just want to make sure, you know, that we have a clear record as to who's telling him to hold his
Yes,
hands up.
so please clarify.
Charlie Bothuell V and going to do it,
They would both make you stand with your hands up?
depending on who it was sometimes.
Okay, so who did they both do it or just one of them?
Both.
And what do you mean by it was just so painful?
Like, sometimes to the point where I was just like dark sweating and it was just, my arms were just aching.
Did you ever say anything?
Yeah, I would ask if I could put my arms down sometimes.
What would happen?
Sometimes I would be told to shut up.
What else would happen?
I might get like hit on the butt if I would keep talking if I was told to be quiet.
What would happen if you kept talking and you were told to be quiet?
I would just get a whooping.
Do you remember any of if your clothes were on and off now during any of these whoopings?
Oh no.
Okay. You said that you, for a while you had a bed and then you didn't, right? You had a couch.
Yes.
Do you know why you didn't have a bed?
I'm not getting your question. I understand your question.
What happened to you having a bed?
Oh, I got in trouble and I was made to go lay on the couch.
What did you get in trouble for that you had to?
I can't remember.
You don't know what you got in trouble for?
No.
How long was the bed taken away?
Objection, Your Honor. He didn't testify that the bed was taken away.
Did he testify? I didn't hear him say anything about a bat being taken away.
What happened that you said for a while you had a bed, right?
Yes.
And then what happened with the bed?
I got in trouble.
And what?
I was made to go lay down on the couch. I was like,
Keep your voice up, Mr.
I
Bothuell.
was made to go lay down on the couch. That was basically where I slept from that point on.
And how long did you not have the bed?
Objection. He never testified that he did not have a bed. He just said he was told to lay down on the couch.
Told to lay down on the couch, sustained.
Wait,
Actually,
you
that's
said
an answer, Your Honor. He said 2 once earlier in the
Well,
testimony.
where did you come from? And who are you? You've been on this record all day today. Who are you?
There is the data on behalf of Mr. Bothuell, 71538. I apologize.
Thank you.
wait.
I'm giving you a hard time. You're all tense right now.
I'm sorry.
There was no testimony that the bat was taken away.
All right, I'm sorry. Can you explain what happened?
I got in trouble, and I guess
Don't guess. Tell us what you
part
experienced.
of my punishment was to go lay down on the couch.
And when you say lay down, what does that mean?
That was where I slept from now on.
From how? So did you ever get to go back and sleep in the bed again?
No.
How long did you not have a bed?
Objection. He did not say he did not have a bed.
How?
He just said that he was made to go lie down on the couch, and he was not allowed to go back to the bed again. And so he can answer the question.
If you know.
From October 2013 to June 2014.
During this period of time that you were there, did you ever have a key?
No.
Did you ever leave the house without somebody supervising you?
Objection, lady.
You can answer it.
No.
Did you ever get locked out of the house or anything?
Objection, lady.
Ms. Hobart, now you know that's leading.
You said that you would take your brother to a bus, right, or a car or something?
Yes.
Did anything ever happen with that?
Yes. One time, Monique dealer had locked the door, and after I put them in the car to leave, I went back and the door was locked, and I couldn't get back in.
So what happened?
Objection, relevancy. What's the relevancy of that?
I'm allowing it.
I-
It's all relevant.
I went to a neighbor's house to ask if I could call so she could come back to let me back in the house.
So, do you know the name of the neighbor?
Neil?
Okay. Do you know his last name by any chance?
No.
Ms. Hobart, it's our time. Okay, so, deputies, I'm not certain, I know you let the witness in, so we'll have Mr. Bothuell will be back with us. I believe we come back on
May
6. Judge, can I have a housekeeping matter?
yes.
Maybe we can go to the sidebar.
Yes, you do come back on May 6th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you. 9:30. I don't know what happened at 8:30, but it should be 9:30.
Oh, yeah, I do. You know what, my bag must be back there. Thinking. My bag back there. Yeah,